Hey everyone, welcome back to Straight Talk, and I am live here on X, Rumble, and YouTube. So if you like the show and you like to support the show, please subscribe. That'll only help the algorithm and putting us in a higher order, and I would really appreciate it. And we're trying to reach our first 1,000 subscribers. Tonight is a little bit difficult for me because I really have a lot of ambivalent feelings toward uh, one individual that are quite disturbing, so to speak. Um, his name is Joseph Cohen, and he's very well known on X. And tonight's show is about lying and believing in lies and telling those lies. And he has been foremost that I know about telling the world that he has a right to Palestine, telling the world as a settler that he has the right to the land because he doesn't want to see me. And if anyone who knows who is listening right now, tell him to come and face me on Mark Lamont Hill's show, or my show, The Lion Den, or his show. I really don't give a damn because what's going to happen, he's going to be facing the lies and the deceit of living practices and mindset that he was taught by his parents, great grandparents, going all the way back to 150 years ago. Joseph Cohen is not a Jew. He is a convert, a goyim who converted to this African Hebraic way of life. The African Hebraic way of life is not a religion. It is a way of life to help you find the way of life for you. That's the beautiful part about seeing it in that capacity, in that way. Just like Islam, just like Christianity, just like Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, whatever. It is a way of life, guys. It's not something that you do a certain tradition like Christmas or like Hanukkah or whatever they do uh, in Islam amongst my Muslim brother. Because you see, being a Semite, a true descendant of Jacob, is exactly the same as the Ishmaelites who share the same father as I do, Abraham. We're brothers. And it really, really pains me. And you're going to see in one of the videos that I have put to the side with Joseph Cohen, arguing with the Muslim guys. And no one had the foresight, nor I don't know what, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the understanding of the history of that land to check this motherfucker right from the get-go. Check, mate. And, this is the one of the reasons why he don't want me to be on his show or come on my show or come on Mark Lamont Hill's show. Because I am going to absolutely excoriate this guy. You are not a Jew, Joseph Cohen. You are a Gentile faking like you are a Jew. That's it. Again, in the most abrupt way, white people cannot be Jews. Not only that, buddy, you're not white, you're not Caucasian, you're not Aryan, you're not Anglo-Saxon, you're not European. You are a bleached out black guy that comes from Dravidian albino that made it with normal black people. Check out my book, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit, everyone. It gives you the straight talk details of these people and why they hate people of color, brown-skinned people like myself and others, and what has been their history. a history of deception, a history of lies, a history filled with the 4 Ds that they have brought only to the table of humanity, the 4 Ds: death, destruction, disease, and despair. They have created not one civilization and not one world religion. None. All of the world civilizations were created by people who look like me. The true Europeans were black people. The true Irish, Scot, Dane, you name it, Swedes, you name it, they were all black people. If you go back further enough, you will see that there are only black people on the planet. And that raises the question, where do these people come from? And like I said, they come from Dravidian albinos. And in book 1, I go into detail about the origination of these people. Where do they come from? And why do they hate black people so much? People just don't wake up one day and they're hating you. You have to have done something. And I can't take that back. That's what our ancestors did. We treated them like dogs. The King James Bible, the cover was taken off the back of their backs and used as book covers for his Bible. King James was a black man, and his wife, and his sons and grandsons, King George and King Charles, all were black people. But before I go on, I just want to give you the update as to what really this show is about. It's about the lies and the deceitful practices of these so-called people we call white today. We have to stop calling them white. They're not white. They're not Anglo-Saxon. They're not Saxon. They're not Caucasian, not European. They're just bleaked out black people. And you're going to see that in one of the videos that I have. Very short. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 or 9 videos if I don't come up with some more. They're very short video because normally I do a show where I'm featuring, a 30-minute video or an hour and a half video, but I'm chopping it up in 30-minute segments or whatever the case may be. But believe me, when we are done, you will see a greater scope of what needs to be seen about these people. I'm just truly miffed that when he is arguing or debating or whatever the hell he's doing, this Joseph Cohen guy, with the Muslim guys, all you got to do is just tell this motherfucker that you're not a Jew. Kamal Nasser said the Jews left here black and came back white. We cannot accept you. What else do you need? And the Jerusalemite family, if the third temple is going to be built, it has to be built by a brown-skinned real Jew. Not the pale-skinned, they're not the real ones. And so we have to realize, my Muslim brother, in the Middle East, which is really Northeast Africa, that Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, was blacker than coal. You have to realize that. Come home. Come home. Speak truth to power. Stop letting these pale-skinned people dictate what you think and what you feel because it's not real. When we begin to see that and unite among each other, economically speaking, politically speaking, spiritually speaking, and physically speaking, kicking the shit out of these motherfuckers like they need their ass whooped because they do. They are our children. They've been acting a fool, and what do you do with kids that act a fool? They beat the shit out of them. Gaddafi said, if you kill me, you'll be opening the door to all of hell for all of eternity. And now look at what has happened. It is absolutely panicking in Europe. I believe the lady's name, I'm going to find it. You know what? I'm going to find it on YouTube. I just don't want to be talking and not really giving you the 411 on that. But her name is Eva Ballard something. She did a really harsh piece about Europe and avoiding uh, the immigrants coming in and all of this and saving Europe. Bitch, what are you talking about? Europe has always been black. So what are you talking about? White folks have not done anything. You've stolen our land, our titles, our crowns, and our privilege. We're taking that shit back. We're not asking you for a motherfucking thing. Nothing. We're taking it back. Plain and simple. Now, with that said, I wanted to go on ahead and do the intro, and I will be right back if I can find it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, welcome to Straight Talk, where you're getting all of the straight facts, not the straight wannabe facts or alternate facts or opinions. These are facts. You cannot argue with facts. The fact that I'm here and you see me on the screen talking, that's a fact. You have to accept it and move on, or not accept it and move on, or accept it and stay and learn. So tonight we got quite a few videos that I wanted to cover, especially dealing with the lies of these Pelicans and how they just maneuver their way into power. But as they have done, so shall it be done unto them. This is a universal law called karma. And this is why the pale-skinned children of ours are panicking. They're converting to Islam like in the tens of thousands. And why in the hell do they allow this to happen? These infidels who don't give a fuck about Islam, let alone Judaism, let alone Christianity, let alone anything else, because they don't have the understanding, the knowledge, and the wisdom. These people are children in their mind. They're like 5-year-old kids in a grown-up ass body. They have no morals and they have no conscience. This is what Martin Luther King said in the end when it all came down. You try to go along to get along, you try to deal with people's good side or conscious side. In the end, he had to admit that white people have no morals and they have no conscience. In other words, they would bait you into a situation and then kill you, calm you down, and then kill you. Period. How many times have we seen the two-state solution has been in existence, or whatever else that was going on in the civil rights movement, or wherever the hell these people have been? They have brought nothing but for the death, destruction, disease, and despair. Everywhere. There's not one Tasmanian people left on the planet. They killed them all. The last man that was alive, they cut his testicle sack off and made it into a tobacco pouch. Now, one of the things we're going to cover too is like white on white crime and black on black crime. They take the cake on every fucking item except larceny. And we're not beating them by much. Black people not beating these people by much. They're the worst killers. They're the worst drug addicts. They're the worst pedophiles. They're the worst sexual deviants on the fucking planet. This is one of the things they're going to be talking about in the video of this mayor who was in Louisiana that had been in the news a little lately. And she raped two students, two juveniles. I don't know how old they are, but they're juveniles, below 18. And so she quit her job before they came and arrested her. and I guess I don't know. I'm hoping that she's not entitled her uh, to her pension. But my God, man, these people are not being vetted as mayors, as governors, as whatever. And it is a damn shame how we as a people, black people, brown skinned people, are checked inside out, outside in, everywhere. But yet, these pale skinned people, men and women, boys and girls, are given the benefit of it. And I don't think I have to come up uh, with any evidences about that or anything else that in order to prove my point. You guys should know this by life experience and also by the news and what has been going on lately, and will continue to go on until we put a stop to these people. Cállate, esto es blando. And my kids are acting a fool. And I let them play the PlayStation, and they still want to talk. So please forgive me about that. But the idea is that white on white crime is pathetic in America and around. You hear what's the guy's name? I even challenged him to a debate. TPUSA guy. I can't think of his name right now. And he got on the YouTube and he talking his fucking asses off. And he talking about how black people are 30% of the population. Oh my God. And we're committing 60% of the crime. Are you fucking serious? Are you really fucking, are you fucking serious, man? Charlie something. Fuck him, his mama, and everybody else. I'm just gonna keep this shit on 100. All right? Take a straw, stick it in your own ass, and drink the creamy brown shit out that motherfucker, Charlie and Joseph Cohen. All these motherfuckers are psychopaths. Look up psychopaths and sociopaths. They don't give a fuck. They can lie, scheme, and connive, and then go to bed, sleep like a baby. Charlie Kirk is his name. Yeah, Charlie Kirk. Hold on, let me see. Uh, if I can get some comments here, or nobody yet. But yeah, the idea is that these people lie and scheme and connive all the motherfucking time. And they talk about a two-state solution when they know fucking well there's not going to be no two-state solution. That's the banana hanging on the string in front of or the apple hanging on the string in front of the horse. Swinging back and forth just close enough for you to think that you're going to get it. But in the end, you don't get anything. And that is disturbing because this is the way that they do. I did a really good piece on uh, a video on YouTube about Chris Hedges, who will admit to you that white people do this all the time. They lie, they scheme, they connive, they promise this, they promise that, but in the end, they kill you. They absolutely, positively kill you. So what's going to happen is they're going to get it. They are getting it. There's no escaping karma. You think black people are famous for saying, I, 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 cool. You know what the fuck that means? That means we're going to beat your motherfucking ass when the table turn, bitches. And now the table has turned, and now it's our turn. And it's going to get better and better and better for us, and worse and worse and worse for the pale skinned children of ours. And I give no fuck about it. I would not cry not one drop of tear. I would not raise my eyebrow. Or however, I don't know, I'm trying to raise my eyebrow. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Sonia Massey. I don't give a fuck. I think her cousin, little boy, die. I don't give a fuck about these motherfuckers. Because they don't give a fuck about it. You know what I mean? Enough is enough is enough. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to go to a Know Thyself meme that I seen today. I'm hoping that my buddy Elias comes on, or Marie, Brother Marie, and or Sister Cassie comes on and join in. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go to the screen and hold on, share screen. All right, hold on. All right, so we're going to go to the first meme. This is the one I like. Now it says, know thyself um, at the top. And it says, a person who knows not, and knows not that they know not, is foolish, disregard them. That's Joseph Cohen, all right? And Charlie Kirk of TPUSA. If you see these motherfuckers, you know them personally, or write to them, tell them I want to beat them across the head with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, and really rake them across the razor blades of truth. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I've talked to them. I've asked them repeatedly to be on the show, to come on my show, to line in with straight talk. They're refusing to do so because they know I am going to really check that ass and meet it. All right. So again, a person who knows not and knows not that they know not is foolish. Disregard them. A person who knows not and knows that they know not is simple. Teach them. A person who knows not and believes that they know is dangerous. That's also Joseph Cohen. And avoidance. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that. I forgot to connect the plug to the computer. But it happens like that, right? So let me go. Let me continue on. A person who knows and knows not that they know is asleep. Awake them. A person who knows and knows that they know is wise. Follow them. All of these people reside in you. Know thyself, and Ma'at be true. Now we know Ma'at goes way back deep within the past of our ancestors in Egypt, even before then. This is a universal law. Karma is a universal law. What goes around comes around, you reap what you sow. I think that's a very, 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 very well known fact and uh, truth. And that comes from Black people. It is also a very well known, and there are thousands of these. There are just some people who will fuck up a one coffee. Yeah, that's just how dumb they are. That's a Black expression. The other expression is um, you wouldn't know how to pull piss out of a boot, even if the direction said turn up. That's how dumb some people are. I'm calling out Joseph Cohen because you're about a dumb motherfucker, prideful in a false way, and you're woefully ignorant. I really believe you do know the truth. You just think that you can just pass it along and never really, you know, face anybody that is challenging you. But I'm challenging you, Joseph Cohen and Charlie Kirk, and I am going to really embarrass you on the international stage of the internet. I dare you to have me on your show, Joseph Cohen and Charlie Kirk. I dare you, because I am going to beat the shit out of you with the hammer of truth. You're not white, you're not Caucasian, not Aryan, not Anglo-Saxon, not European. You just bleeped out Black people that come from Dravidian albinos. That's it. There's nothing special about you, motherfucker. Nothing, nothing. Okay, so we're gonna I'm gonna stop sharing. So we're gonna go back, and I'm gonna cut. Hold on, let me get rid of that. I'm cut back to StreamYard. So listen, I'm really excited about tonight because I really wanted to focus in on truth. Who the real Jews are. I think a lot of people who are listening on, especially those who follow me on X, know that I know our history. I know our history. I know their history. And I know that once we are face to face on personally speaking or on a computer, on a so-called debate, I'm not going to waste no time bullshitting around trying to go along to get along. I'm not the go along, get along kind of guy. I'm just not. If you're fucking around, lying and scheming and conniving, trying to hem and haw and slide from foot to foot and side to side, fuck you. I mean, seriously, fuck you. You're not a man, you're not a woman, you're a child in a woman's body because you're not able to either tell the truth and admit that you've been lying, or you're just a fucking straight up idiot. And I think both of those cases are true with Charlie Cook, TPUSA, and Joseph Cohen. As of yet, they have yet to come and see me. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up. Hold on. And really show my book, which is called The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit. This is book 2, Understanding White Supremacy. The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit, book 2. These are ebooks. They run about $18 a piece. Now you can get the paperback, which I would not advise that you do, because there are a lot of links in the book, the ebook that I would like for you guys to click on and really see. So it's a better deal um, with the ebook. Now, what's going to happen is as you go along and reading, because book 2 and book 1 is about uh, 1,800 pages, but it's filled with facts, you guys. You cannot, it's indisputable, okay? It's telling you about who these people are, where they come from, why they are, how they are, and what they've been doing. They've been living a life of lies and deceit. The Children of the Confederacy, which started in 1920, that went defunct not too long ago. I think like in the 1960s, it lasted about 40. No, yeah, it lasted about 40 years. And then the Daughters of the Confederacy, they're all in on creating a false narrative of whiteness. But way before that, you had Blumenbach and Meisner. Meisner took his funky ass to Greece and Rome, which is a black civilization, and saw a white alabaster statue and came back to America and said, wait, that's us. Oh my God, we're great. We're great. We created the Greek and Roman civilization. Oh my God, I got to come back and go back home to America. This motherfucker got all kinds of respect and PhD from Harvard and Meisner. I think he got his from Yale or wherever the fuck it was. And Harvard and Yale knew they were lying. Ain't that a bitch? So white folks, all it just gotta smell like white. Oh yeah, but that's it. That's it. That's all we need. White. I am here today to tell you that the white man and the white woman has created the civilizations of Greece and Rome. Why did I say that? Because I've been there and I started right out about your that. No, thinking involved at all. You can actually see the connection between Egypt and Greece and Rome. But the architecture is exactly the same. Damn near 90% of it. The Greek gods and the gods of Greece and Rome and Egypt, the same by a different name, but the same. So how in the hell can a people? How in the hell can a people who just fucking got here? Uh, hold on, who just got here some 4,000 years ago, couldn't even speak until 1,000 years ago, do anything. No writing, no language, no culture, no nothing. They're eating each other. They are living in cold climates with no toilet, no way to clean themselves. No writing system, no ABC, one, two, three, nothing. And so when they came into Europe I'm sorry, into Egypt after being shut out for thousands of years, because we knew our ancestors knew these motherfuckers ain't shit. And when they came into Egypt, they could hardly believe what they were saying. They're like, "Oh my God, these people are gods. The gods of math, gods of architecture, the gods of medicine, science, everything. We are the gods of this earth." Not because we're black, because at that point there were nothing but black people on the planet before 4,000 years ago, but for the greater good of humanity, the summum bonum. There was never any name attached to this, that, and the other for fame. It's for the greater good that our ancestors did things and left a compendium of knowledge behind for the greater good of all mankind that would last for eternity. And so when I think about these so-called pale skins, you got to realize these people, black people civilized these people 3 times. In Egypt, first time, we kicked them out and killed them and got them out. In Greece and Rome, we killed them out and got them out and killed them out, or got them out by killing them and getting them out because they don't know what the fuck they were doing. They lasted in power for about 150 years. And now, after 1492, when the real Jews got kicked out of Spain and started the Industrial Revolution, it was because of us, brown-skinned people, kicked off that kicked off the Industrial Revolution, not white people. It's fucking ridiculous. The bad kings were black. Unreal. So this is the reason why it's so important to know yourself, is to know history, to know what happened, why it happened, how it happened. It was a black man that created the 13 colonies and maintained by King Charles and King George, son and grandson of King James. America doesn't consist of 50 states. It only consists of 13. Hawaii is not a state. You can look this up. It was stolen land along with Alaska. They were never given a plebiscite to remain an independent nation and or kingdom. So hold on for a second. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go one by lovely one. And the first one said, "This white Arab man tired of America and talked off the shocking truth in a viral video." This is our brother, Mr. Bolson. I love this guy. He's telling it like it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to share screen, and then we're going to get right into that video. And it's a 20-minute video, 22-minute video, so I'm going to go I'm gonna let it play out, and then I'll give my comments thereafter. Hold on.
But is it shocking? Depends. Maybe most of you know this, but I believe that this message is important to black folks. So let's watch this video. Come. I mean, this is a typical pathology of the United States, to be honest. If you have something that they want, if you have something that they need, then they hate you. They demean you and they dehumanize you. You're not just an enemy to them, you're not even human. They need you to not be human so that they can morally justify to themselves all of the cruelty and the brutality that they will employ against you to exploit you, to use you, and to pillage whatever you have that they want. Because they want to be able to enslave and abuse you in good conscience. The most obvious example, of course, is slavery. But of course, that was just one, maybe the most acute and the most grotesque form of dehumanization that they did. But this is just their way. You know, from the enslaved Africans, they wanted their labor, and they wanted the wealth that was produced by their labor. Now, other nations had slaves. The Muslims had slaves too, but no one else in history, no one else in the world assigned slaves subhuman status. As I've talked about before, slaves in the Muslim world could rise to an even higher socioeconomic status than their masters. In the Muslim world, the slave and the owner were brothers, but in America, the slave was considered a beast of burden, and the owner of the slave was a sadistic beastmaster. Now, they needed it to be this way. They needed it to be this way because fundamentally, they do not know how or do not believe in peaceful, equitable transactions. They don't believe in mutual benefit. Mutual benefit to them represents some kind of loss for them. They don't believe in harmonious relations, fair transactions, fair exchange, and all of that. They believe in conquest. America was built on stolen land and sustained by stolen labor. And it has a long-standing habit, a tradition of dehumanizing those who possess what it desires. So for the African slaves, they were dehumanized for their labor, for the sweat and tears that built the foundation of a nation claiming freedom for all. But they had to dehumanize them in order to make that claim, you see, because they wanted to be able to pretend that they were good, righteous, enlightened people who believed that all men are created equal. But they also wanted to continue treating African slaves as less than human, as less than equal. So they had to invent this idea that, well, they're not fully human, so therefore it doesn't count. It wasn't a violation of their principles to treat beasts of burden as unequal. By dehumanizing them, they were able to convince themselves that chattel slavery didn't contradict with their claims of virtue. Or you can look at the Native Americans. The indigenous inhabitants of that land for centuries were dehumanized for the richness beneath their feet, for the land. They were pushed to the margins. Their cultures were erased. The lands that they held sacred were violated, all for America's insatiable, ruthless hunger for more, for expansion, for dominance. They don't understand the idea of coexistence, of peace and harmony. They believe in the philosophy of the last man standing. That's their approach to the world. First within what's now the territorial United States, and then the entire Western Hemisphere, and then to the whole planet. This is what they applied. Mexico, Central America, South America. You see, the Latin Americans, their natural resources were sought, and so their sovereignty was trampled upon. America's pursuit of what it desires has always been characterized by exploitation, domination, and subjugation. For all their talk about capitalism and the market, you know, free exchange and so on, for all their talk about this, it's not what they practice, and it's not what they fundamentally believe. For them, capitalism means we make the money, we make the profit, we benefit. Everything is ours and nothing is yours. Well, that's not capitalism. It's barbarism. It's piracy. You can't go into a business deal or a negotiation with that mentality. That's the mentality that you have when you commit a bank robbery, not a business agreement. But you see, they can't admit to themselves that they're actually just glorified pirates, glorified mafiosos, marauders, because they have a need to believe about themselves that they're good, enlightened, civilized people. So the only way that they can reconcile their barbaric instincts with their need to believe in their own goodness is by dehumanizing everyone else, dehumanizing everyone who has what they want, and they want everything. The United States is the only country in the world who literally and seriously believes that control over the entire planet is vital to their national interests. Imagine. And we've gotten used to American dominance. We think the world actually has to operate like this. We imagine that there's no other way for international relations to be carried out except by means of hegemonic power. But of course, that's not correct. Just because one country or even a few countries have more power than others, that does not necessarily mean or automatically mean that everyone else just has to kowtow to them and be exploited and be pushed around and do as they're told. It doesn't have to be like that. That's a Western model, and it originates from the Western psyche, which developed through their own peculiar history and their own peculiar culture. Not everyone's like that. In fact, most people aren't like that. Are you like that? Of course not. It's abnormal. The truth is that even most average Westerners, most average Americans are not like that. And I think it's even less and less prevalent now among the common people in the United States, precisely because their own government, their own elites are now dehumanizing even them, subjugating even them, treating their own citizens as a subcategory of the human race who deserve to be exploited and disposed of after use. That's how the West and how America is treating its own people now, not just the global South. And yes, it's abnormal, it's pathological, it's sick. And most people, even most states around the world, are not like that. Something wrong with you. I mean, China's not like that. China, by most metrics, is the largest economy in the world. It's a global superpower, not a regional one. It's a global superpower, but it's not trying to dominate and subjugate the planet. The Chinese approach to international relations is compatible with the historic Muslim approach to international relations. This is why we get along. This approach is one of harmony, mutual benefit, bilateral and multilateral cooperation. They don't feel that they're losing money if both of you make money. They don't regard your prosperity or the prosperity of others as a threat to their own prosperity. They believe in mutually profitable transactions. You know, for the Chinese, you have something that they want. If you have something that they need, well, that makes you important to them. It makes you someone that they want to get along with. It doesn't make you an enemy. It doesn't make you, or it doesn't make them want to invade and colonize you. And understand this isn't necessarily based on any particular morality or moral principles. It's just simple practicality. It's good business. If you wage war on a country, then only some segments of your economy will benefit from that. You know, weapons companies, reconstruction-related industries, and so on. But there are huge segments of your economy which will suffer because of war. To the average Chinese business person, when they see casualty figures from, say, the war in Iraq or wherever else, they see from those casualty figures, well, that's just that many more people who will not be customers that we could have sold to because they're dead. That doesn't make practical sense. That's not good business sense. Forget about the moral right and wrong of it. Just from a practical business perspective, casualties of war don't go shopping. I mean, until recently, the U.S. economy was war-driven. It was the military-industrial complex. That was the driver of the American economy. But manufacturing, as a percentage of the U.S. economy, has declined considerably since Eisenhower first talked about the military-industrial complex. Things have changed a lot. I think it's reduced from around 32% to less than 10%. And about today, about 90% of American manufacturing is not connected to the U.S. military. That means that other business sectors have greater influence than they used to. Business sectors that may not necessarily benefit from war, but could actually be hurt by war. And as the domestic economic dynamics have changed, as you know, so too have the domestic power dynamics with the rise of private sector power and the globalization of private sector power, to where now the owners and controllers of global financialized capital are no longer tied to American prosperity. In other words, the old American model of domination and subjugation is not as appealing as it used to be, because the OCGFC have more diverse interests around the world, and I think that they being profit-driven and being practical, are going to be inclining more and more towards the Chinese approach to international affairs, the Muslim approach to international affairs, the BRICS approach to international affairs. And I think that's what's happening. Because, yes, there will always be a segment of, say, Larry Fink's portfolio of BlackRock clients who can profiteer in the wake of war. But at this point, I think that there's a far greater proportion of clients in his portfolio who won't benefit from war and who would be harmed, whose interests would be harmed by war. And that means the death of Washington neocons. So the military-industrial complex created a monster, the neocons, the neoconservatives in Washington, whose policy proposals for any kind of international policy proposals always involve bombing. So they created this monster, but now that monster is redundant, it's obsolete, it's become a liability. But it's like an old device that cannot support a software upgrade. They can't adapt to the new political and economic landscape. So you still have these dinosaurs like Victoria Nuland calling for war with Iran, for example. But the OCGFC, in my opinion, do not want a war with Iran. So you have this comical exchange that took place, that reportedly took place between the U.S. and Iran during talks in Switzerland, where they were telling Iran, let us conduct some attacks inside of Iran just for show, basically to appease the dying wishes of the neocons on their deathbed, but please don't retaliate, we don't mean it. Just let us do some attacks, and we won't escalate after that. And of course, Iran said, well, no, if you attack us, we will regard it as an act of war, and we will retaliate against your bases in the Middle East. Of course, attacks against U.S. bases in the Middle East will mean the destruction of everything that BRICS and the OCGFC and BlackRock have planned for the region. So no, Washington, I don't think, is going to get the approval for that. So then Biden is left with the only way to appease the neocons being to attack Iranian assets outside of Iran, attack them in Iraq and in Syria and so on. So you see how they're getting put in check? Because the global power dynamics have changed, and the U.S. is being forced now to try to adapt, and it's an entirely new experience for them, and they're adapting badly. Because again, it's just not their nature. They're offended at any constraints on their belligerence. They're indignant at the idea that the whole world should not just offer them tribute and gratefully subordinate themselves to American power. They can't stand it. They can't. It doesn't compute in their minds. This is a habit of thinking that predates their actual power, and then having power just made it worse. And I don't think that anyone, most of all the OCGFC, believe that they can ever change. And that's why I think America is gradually being sidelined and being abandoned by the global elite. Because they're incapable of updating their software. They're incapable of updating their mentality. And they're incapable of civilizing. Because having had the ability to impose their will around the world meant that they never had to civilize. And they don't actually possess any internal motivation to do so, and they never did. So ultimately, I think that they're going to be left behind. And it's starting to dawn on them, I think, that they're being left behind. But at the moment, I think they're still in denial. I think they're in denial. I mean, because, look, practically speaking, how exactly are you supposed to ever dial back from dehumanizing whole nations, whole countries, whole populations, and then treat them and expect to be treated by them in any kind of normal way? I mean, again, look at the situation inside the U.S. with African Americans. Until today, the racial situation in that country isn't normal. They still don't know how to deal with each other in any kind of a normal way. And the same applies now for the rest of the world and the U.S. Their relations with the rest of the world is very similar to their relations between the former slave owners and the former slaves. Because you dehumanize people. And how are you supposed to get past that? How are you supposed to get that out of your own mind? And how are they supposed to get it out of their own mind about you? It's very difficult. So now the same dynamic, the same dysfunction is going to potentially permanently plague America's relations with the rest of the planet. I mean, in some ways, you could say that BRICS, the BRICS countries, are almost performing a kind of an intervention, like with an alcoholic or a drug addict. The U.S. is reaching rock bottom, and BRICS is performing an intervention to force them to see, to face what they really are and how they really are, and forcing them to see the way they're going to have to be if they want to recover any kind of respectable role in the world. But until now, I think the U.S. is in denial. They can't face it. You know, Europe is kind of like that last friend of a drug addict who sticks by them until the end, until finally the addict steals from them and lies to them and betrays them too, and eventually they'll lose even that friend. You know, it's like that song says, America is smoking all of its friends down to the filter, and the inevitable reckoning is coming, and it's going to be hard. But by the time it comes, I don't think anyone will really be interested, because by that time the world will have already moved on. The brother out there has shared a lot of information about Africa. The brother out there has shared a lot of information about America that I hope that all black folks have heard the message that is clearly written on the wall that everyone needs to know. Everything which is happening in America and the stress and the darkness and the disillusion that America has led to other nations. No. So when Shahid was creating this video, I felt like it talked much about things that the world needs to know about America. It's been acting in an hypocritical way, you know. And with that, there's something that I wrote about it. America has often acted in a hypocritical and arrogant way, ignoring the rights and interests of nations and people. America has supported dictators and wars that have caused suffering and instability in many regions, especially the Middle East and Africa. This is something which is historical that we know. America has also exploited labor of other countries, creating inequality and environmental damage.
Excuse the noise. What I'm going to do, because he's just giving a commentary for what Bolson we're talking about, so I'm going to cut it right there, and that'll save us a few minutes. But he does, if you want to see the video, he does a really good commentary at the end. So we, we've seen the most important part. And that was Bolson's comment about the neocons and the fact that they're facing the inevitable. And to be honest with you, to follow the West is just to follow white people. It is their end and our beginning. It is their end, white people's end, and it is our beginning. The world is in the hands of the wicked, white people. They must come back to the righteous hand of brown-skinned people, black people. We created morality, gave that to the world. Why the fuck would it not coming back to us? And as it's coming back to us, we are here in daddy's home. We're just gonna take out that strap and just start beating the shit out of these so-called children of us, because they need that ass whooping. All right. So I'm gonna go back, hold on, to StreamYard, and hey, what's up? Hold on, I got my buddy here. He's back on the stage. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Good evening, my brother, and apologies for my lateness. Can I sing you a song in regard to what you just said?
Whatever you want to do, cuz it's all good with me.
I've been waiting for this morning to be by your side, and I like to let you. No,
And no Diddy, no Diddy.
No. That's Daddy's Home by the Jacksons.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You don't know nothing about that. You young for that
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
You talking about
listen,
no Diddy, no doubt. That's 90s, man. Come on now.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. How you been, big brother? I apologize for my lateness, man.
No. I mean, you got to do what you got to do, but we know you're gonna come on and set the record straight and give your unbiased, wise opinion. So what we've covered so far,
yes,
is what I had sent you about Know Thyself. And the video dealing with Bolton. Again, he's talking about the destruction of the West, which is really a code word for white people. And I'm just stated that it is the end of their domination. And it is the beginning of our recreation of the world with peace in it.
Yes,
Because
sir.
we are the one, black people are the one who created morality and a level of conscience that go deeper than religion in which white people see it. Because if you see it from a religious standpoint, you're not seeing it from what our ancestors created. Ma'at. Every great civilization, excuse me, every great so-called religion comes out of Ma'at. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are the babies of Ma'at. And so when you look at and you go back further than, 3,000 years, 2,000 years, we're talking about a civilization as known as Egypt, not only in the old world of the Americas, but in the most current world of Egypt and Africa. So even in the Americas, in particular, North America and South America, you find pyramids much, 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 much older. The step pyramid in South America and I don't know if there's any in North America than they are in Egypt proper.
Right.
So with that being said, give me your hold on. Let me get off of this screen sharing. With that being said, what are your thoughts about that?
Uh, I gotta instead of giving a thought, what you provoked in me was an idea. Oh, excuse me, was another question, which is, I saw one time a video some years ago, Dr. York video where he explained, and it was like a snippet. It wasn't like a 2 hour
Right,
video. The man
right,
could talk for hours,
right,
hours. Bobby
right,
Emmett the
right.
same, and some of our other well-known scholars used to do that all the time. I mean, you go in these places, you go in there in the middle of the afternoon. When you get out,
Midnight.
worms is coming out the ground, and rats is, like, damn, well, what happened to the sun? But the question that I want to ask is, the Ethiopians first developed a mysticism system based off the cat. And that's where we get the word Catholic. And when the European came, we know that in nature, most of the time, that the dog chased the cat. So they created what is now known as dogma to supersede that mysticism system, which wound up becoming Catholicism,
Okay.
and made it rules and hell and harshness and fire and brimstone and punishment for violating the law, if you will, or the sins, if you want to make it religious. My question to you now, with all that information, is which one came from which, as far as you know? Did Ma'at come from Catholicism, or Catholicism came from Ma'at?
Well, you're adding some spices and a little bit of salt, more so than what's been known. But I would guess, if I am a betting man,
Uh-huh.
that it all started with the cat. Because from the cat, let me get into a little bit of explanation. Our ancestors were always aware of the essence of animals.
Right.
For the owl, they're known for their wisdom. For the
Right.
cat, is known for their vision. For the dog, they're known for their hearing. You know what I mean? So we took all of that and wrapped it up in a way in which can be seen and understood when the normal person of Egypt, the normal population, would see all of these things written on walls, not so much in word, but in pictures, because just like a child can be related, a child can relate to pictures more so than words. Like
Right.
a word, yeah, words are a picture is worth 1,000 words. So
Uh-huh.
that plays evident in our history of our people. So when we are putting things on Egyptian walls, it is normally hold on.
Machatero.
Yeah, but so yeah, it's so normally you get pictures. because people can relate to that. Just the same as we do now. When you see the golden arches, you know what the hell that is. And it's all about, uh, um, and we understood the power of the mind because the more you see a thing, the more it stays with you. And that perception, I'm trying to think of the name of it. You know what I'm trying. You probably know what I'm talking about.
Let me get in there 1 second, brother, because
Yeah.
you hit a very important point. Do you know on a psychological level what those golden arches represent
Uh,
to the
yeah,
subliminal mind?
that's what I was looking for. Subliminal.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you know what it represents? I read a book once called Fast Food Nation.
Okay.
And this is how deep the psychology goes. The golden arches is made to subliminally remember when you used to suck your mama's titties.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that blew my mind, brother.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
the breast.
Or you go opposite end and say, where it all come out. That's on you now. Remember that you a little older than me, so you might remember this. You remember that musical band called the Average White Man?
The average white band?
Yeah. You remember them? They
Right,
had a few hit songs back in the early 70s,
right.
early to mid
Yeah,
70s.
yeah. Well, I was born in '72, so I remember that.
Yeah, but they were popular to probably the early 80s. They had a run. They weren't like one and done.
Yeah,
But anyway, the
one
point
and
I'm making is all their album covers, it was an A and a white woman with her back to you with a W representing her booty. And then a B, and she was in the middle, with the hair and all that, and you could tell it was a woman, but the W was represented by her ass, and then the B, right. So the point I'm making is, and we know that a lot of these cartoon characters, we all done by this point, we all done seen those Disney cartoons where they start all of the cartoon characters with the phallus as the mouth and the nose and the eye. The face.
What about Mickey Mouse when he was making the cheese? He was poking his dick in it.
Damn!
You don't think about that when you're a kid. When you get older, be like, well, wait a minute.
What was he doing?
Yeah. What is, man? That's some deep shit.
That might be cat milk then. So we thinking this style, it might be mouse milk.
Right.
There was a Simpsons one time. There was a Simpsons one time where people were getting addicted to some food they were making. This is a long time ago. And when they found out the secret ingredient, it was rat milk. They had a rat mill where they were just milking all the rats. It was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm sorry, we went off topic, brother. Get me back on.
No. We're still on point. But what tonight's episode is about, Straight Talk, is about how people lie. And I went in on Joseph Cohen and Charlie Kirk, who were TPUSA. I don't know if you ever heard of them.
I heard of them.
Yeah, and so this is a call out for Joseph Cohen, one of the boys, and Charlie Kirk with his lying ass and that white bitch of his sitting right next to him, talking about black people commit the majority of the crimes in America. If you don't get your motherfucking dumb ass up out of here, you had better. That's about the most blatant shit. And I'm telling people on here, like, white folks love to lie, scheme, and connive. That's all they do. They have not created not one civilization and not one world religion. Every world religion and civilization was created by black people, and that we civilized these people 3 times. In Egypt, Greece, and Rome, and out of Spain after getting kicked out in 1492, right? And I talked about Blumenbach and Meisner and how they lied, and how Joseph Cohen's parents lied to him, telling him that he's a Jew. He's not Semitic. And that's the most important thing right now to do. Hold on, because these mosquitoes are acting a fool.
They killing you over there?
Huh?
Hey, you got to just lay out a presidente for them.
Yeah. But what? Yeah, but hold on. I want to make sure I get my point across.
You talking about Joseph Cohen lying and all these Jews that these crypto Jews that lie?
Yeah, but the idea is that these people are having a hard fit to accepting that they're not who they think they are. Because they've been bamboozled and tricked. You're talking about finding a fool and bump his head. And even if, just like the Bible says, and it's coming true more and more and more, that karma is very real.
Right,
As you have done, so shall it be done unto you. That's
right.
not, you know what I mean? And you don't kill our people. You don't kill our people, our old people, our adult people, our kids, adolescents, and right down to the baby. You don't think that's not going to happen to you? I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry. I'm not going to cry not one iota of a tear, not one drop of a tear, not one ache of my heart is going to be achy. Because why? I don't give a fuck. Did your parents give a fuck? I don't give a fuck. So it's gonna be what it's gonna be, baby. Y'all getting it as it is.
Yeah, man.
You all,
That's
huh?
I've always told people that I've been telling people this for a long time. Our biggest concern, just like how our women too often sympathize with the letter agenda,
Right.
they're going to do the same thing when a lot of these motherfuckers are using your language, burning the sun,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to try and save some of them. And we need to put the word out right now that if they do, they got to go with them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because
Because
one of the things that yeah,
let, let,
one
let,
of the things
let
that
me finish. Let me finish real quick, Isaiah. I don't
okay,
mean to
yeah,
cut you off, but I have to finish
go
because
ahead, go ahead.
it was a whole point
Right.
to it. If you read books like Destruction of Black Civilization, Stolen Legacy, plenty of times enough, we had them on the ropes and we just let them go because we're not in his rightful state. The black man is about peace. So we wasn't trying to annihilate them. We were just trying to let them know, y'all can't come in here and take over. And instead of banning them back into the Caucasus Mountains, we let them stay in the foothills, and they eventually learned how to beat us, and they did. And here we are today. So, go ahead. Now I'm done. That was the point I had to make to come bring it full circle.
That's a very good point. Very very poignant point. So my thing is that what was I saying? I don't forget.
Basically the same thing I just said, because you lead me to these points.
Huh?
You lead me to these points. So basically what I was saying in your own way.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Well,
about the Lion Jew. Basically, you talking about.
yeah. Okay. So the idea is that Joseph Cohen and Charlie Kirk have been living a life of lies, and they see they're not white, they're not Caucasian, they're not Anglo-Saxon, they're not European. All of that was cooked up in a crock pot of lies done by first Blumenbach and Meisner. Later on, you get into uh, the lost cause after the Civil War, where
Uh-huh.
white folk had to fabricate their history of white folk. And then you get into the daughters of the Confederacy, the children of the Confederacy, and then the president's 10-volume work on the first efforts of white supremacy and what that is, Woodrow Wilson. And it all culminated in the 1940s, starting with um, the abandonment, really, of the 1865 Civil Rights Act or 1868, whatever the year that it was promulgated
Right.
and came to pass. And it has never been overridden, what a lot of people think it has been, and that's a damn lie. The most powerful weapon that black people of color have in the United States is that shotgun we call the 1865 Civil Rights Act. It is the most poignant weapon that we have. It stopped white folk cold. There was a black and white couple who wanted to buy a home in a all white neighborhood because they wanted to buy it. Did they use the 1968 one? No, that one's full of bullshit. They used the 1865 one and won.
Is that
They
Love
fucking
versus
won.
Virginia?
Huh?
Is that Love versus Virginia?
No.
You remember the
No.
case name?
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember the name.
Okay.
But I can see it. Yeah, I can see it facially.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know you have it once you get to it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
yeah. So with all that being said, white folks have been living a life of lies and deceit, which is the title or subtitle of my book, "The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit 1 and 2," that I put on the screen. But one of the things that is so pertinent is what I had sent you. Hold on, let me see if I can bring that. Hold on, let me see if I can bring that out because I'm glad I thought about that now. So I'm gonna read it to you, and it's what I sent to you and Brother Maurice. It says, "The spirit of our ancestors is still present, my people. Never fear death. It is a transformation that is all. And our ability to overcome and take over must happen. It's in the universe. Uni means one and verse means word. And that word is truth. Marcus Garvey and the spirit of Garveyism, unity. Malcolm X and the spirit of by any means necessary. And Martin Luther King Jr. And we shall overcome spirit is still in the universe. That is it exists in the form of universal truth that resides in each and every one of our people. We can't fail. Why? Because we are on the accord of truth. And when you stand on that power, that truth, true power overcomes all the evil spirits that one or a group of people will try to stop you. Yeah, they can slow you down to a trickle, but like a mighty river roaring to its fullest capacity, will burst onto the scene of hate, bigotry, and racial animus to wipe out all of your enemies till none exist. You, black man and woman, are the mighty river that the world fears and loves, for no weapon formed against you shall prosper. Know this key to greatness by knowing your history. When you get that clue, the ancestor shall unleash their power through you in the singular and plural. You are unstoppable, black man and woman, for you are the universe. Wake up to the power that is inside of you and speak truth to power, which is your voice. Therefore, they can kill our Moses and our Sheba, but like the universe is amorphous, untouchable, unrelenting, and undefeatable. They can never kill the spirit. It must be manifested into reality. You must feel it for it to work and continue to call upon it. For united we stand and take over. But divided we fall and stay in this ungodly hellhole of existence. Which one you want? Your king and queen titles back or stay where you are? The choice is yours and not theirs. And so I brought that up again because it's so important. It resonates. So when you hear it and you can feel it, every fucking letter, every fucking word, every fucking sentence, they cannot deny who the fuck you are. Only you can deny that shit. Only you, throughout your ignorance, can deny that shit. As soon as you wake up, the game is fucking over. As soon as you stand up, the game is over that they're playing on your motherfucking back. Because white folk can't live without us. We can live without them. Fuck
And we
them.
have, and we have for most of our history.
And most of each, we're only 2 seconds older than dirt. We ain't going no motherfucking where. We're not. The speed of light is 186,000 miles per second, or whatever the fuck it is. But do you know what the speed of darkness is? Infinity. We're not going no motherfucking where. So all you motherfuckers who talking about you white and you better than this, you better, man, fuck you.
A
And the
candle
ground
in the wind, brother.
Yeah, all that shit is,
A
man, that shit is
candle in the
old
wind.
time.
Mhm.
Old time. And there was never, ever a time during so-called slavery where what's the name of that movie? Gone with the Wind happened? That's a fucking fantasy, a fairy tale. The motherfucking guy who played the tall, dark, and handsome guy. What's his
Clark
name?
Gable. Clark Gable.
Yeah, he was a black guy.
Just think about it, brother. You just think of what you just said. I'm sure you read the ISIS papers, right?
Yes, sir.
What is we being very particular now. What does a white woman's fantasy man look like?
Tall, dark, and handsome.
Okay. Do I need to say more?
No.
Bro, I told you numerous times already. I'm a merchant seaman. I was a merchant seaman for some years. And I ain't never had no problem getting pussy anywhere.
Right.
When my shipmates used to be in the whorehouses, I'm in some chick crib. I ain't paying for shit. You want to buy liquor? No, I got all that at home. No, let's go home. Come on, let's go. You be like, where you be at? I'm like, man, I'll be by myself. I don't tell them, hey, man, yeah, we know you be creeping. Yeah, all right, well, you shit. What, you following me? you gonna get to a certain point before you gain no entry. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Tall, dark, and handsome, brother.
Right. We ain't look. We all know, and white folks know, white men know. White women don't want that. They want that long dick.
I even mentioned to you a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, about how like there's videos all over the internet where white women say, I want a black man because I want my kids to live on. They know what the hell's going on, bro. They know what's going on. They know their time is up. They wake up and feel a certain way, like, man, we ain't gonna be here much longer.
Right. They want their seed to continue.
Exactly. In order for an egg to have that level of combustion to bust through it and then fertilize it, there has to be a component of melanin in there.
Right.
And then for it to set in the uterus and then catch on to the mother and attach itself to all the other parts that need to be attached so that they can eat and drink and all this and that. Anybody who doesn't have that even one drop of melanin is an albino or a hybrid.
Right. And I said on this show earlier that white folks don't come from Europe. You know what I mean? They don't come from Mars. They come from the black woman, the albino, Dravidian, Indian albino. Dravidian, Indian, wherever you want to put
it. Right. I get you.
You know what I mean? So, and then they mate with normal black people. And they get these octoroon motherfuckers. For people who are watching, please check out my book, The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit 1 and 2. It's on Amazon.
Your subtitle, brother. Your subtitle.
Yeah, of Lies and Deceit.
No. White Man's Burden. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah.
Mary Belafonte and John Travolta were the stars of it.
Yeah.
And they switch roles where the white man, the black is in the role of a man and vice versa.
Yeah. That was deep.
That's an interesting movie. It's not a great movie, but it's interesting. And I suggest anybody out there who hasn't seen it, if you're interested in this subject matter, will go watch it. You can find it on YouTube. It's a whole movie. So you have to look for it, a week before you find it, and then it's grainy and you can't barely see it. Right.
Okay. What we're going to do next, we're going to watch. These videos are kind of short, like 12 minutes, 15 minutes. They're not going to take long. So we're going to go to the next video. We're going to see all of it. But first, let me bring up the share screen.
To bring me up to speed before we do that, brother Isaiah, what was the last one about? Because I pretty much came on right before you put me on in.
That was the Bolson one. Where he talked with the so-called. He said that he was a white Arab, but he's a brother, I guess. But he's speaking the truth. So he's talking about how the West is done, how white folks are done. The West is just a code word for white,
Right. Okay.
and European is just a code word for white. And
Right.
it's done. It's over with. Their end is our beginning. So yeah, let me go to the video, and then we'll be right back.
Okay, brother. Oh, I love Lisa Cabrera. Love her.
Okay, hold on.
Do not buy 12 tribes on earth hair growth oil and hair remedy.
That's not it, but hold on.
Super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows.
Yeah, she started putting commercials before her.
Yeah, it's a hair growth commercial.
Conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo.
I wish this thing would come on and just say 5 minutes.
More to about a minute.
12 tribes on earth.com. It looks good. I don't know. I'll probably buy it because
So if you're looking
I'll probably try it.
natural or relaxed hair, try 12 tribes on earth.
Oh, that Walmart and Etsy. Okay. All right, so here we go with the video.
You know, one thing I can honestly say, social media has largely exposed a lot when it comes down to certain people. And one thing it definitely has exposed over the years is what big pedos these women really truly are. Every year we see the stories coming out about school children and a particular teacher. And, you know, why would it be shocking when they both grow up in the same household, the men and the women? So if you see that in the men, of course, you're going to see it in the women that come out of those same households as well. So not surprising, but never knew how big it was until I saw a lot of this on social media. You know, you hear stories over the years, even stuff that have come out of slavery. We have heard these things, but it's really pretty astronomical when you start seeing these type of stories on a regular basis. So this was, ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of Louisiana, and she has been charged with allegations with 2 underage juveniles. Wow. Just never know who will crop up with these allegations. Before I go any further, I would like to thank Justice the Truth.
How do you stop paying your power bills and begin generating endless power off the grid? You use the simple.
One of my subscribers, somebody that's been with me for a long time, shout out to you for this story. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Louisiana Mayor Misty Roberts, 42, accused of raping a minor, and have since abruptly turned in their resignation. No, they should have been abruptly arrested, for real. That's the only thing that should have been done abruptly. But she has since left about a week ago from her office as mayor of Louisiana. And this is really sad. Did y'all even check this woman out before she ran for mayor? Seriously, how much checking out do you do of these women? And, you know, I know everybody has been trained and conditioned to always check everything about our community. Nah, you should be deeply checking folks like her. This is the one you need to be diving deep into the background of, these kind of folks, because they have gotten away with doing everything at face value around here for centuries. And because they have the ability to BS their way through stuff, people tend to not look at their backgrounds when they are the main ones that should have their backgrounds checked. So it tells me that they assumed she was squeaky clean and decided not to look in her background, or they did a very poor job at checking her background. And I'm willing to guess probably both are the case. So former DeRidder Mayor Misty Roberts was charged with third-degree rape and contributing to the delinquency of juveniles. This is according to Louisiana State Police. This is what they announced this past Thursday. The investigation into the 42-year-old mayor, who was in her second term, was opened July 26, after the Beauregard Parish Sheriff's Office requested the state police look into a complaint against Roberts. As the investigation progressed, they conducted 2 interviews with 2 juveniles, one of which was the victim. Both juveniles confirmed that Roberts had relations with one of the victims while employed as mayor. So this woman was still doing this stuff as mayor. She is dumb. She's dumb, y'all. She's dumb. You're a sitting mayor and you're ravishing minors as a sitting mayor, and you thought this was not going to come out? She's not very bright at all. So a warrant for Roberts' arrest was issued on Wednesday before she surrendered herself to the police. Roberts was booked into the Beauregard Parish Sheriff's Office jail at 10:13 a.m. and then she was released 77 minutes later on a $75,000 bond. This is according to jail records. See, if this country was really truly about justice, she would never have been released. But this place is not about being fair. Everybody should know this by now. But unfortunately, we still got many in our community that's looking for fairness from the most inhumane people to ever rule the earth. They can't give you fairness because that ability is not within them. All right? So look at how they run this country and run the laws. Everything is based on race. And when you got a group of people like that in charge, you should never look for any fairness from them. It's just never going to be there, ever. So she was only in custody for 77 minutes before bonding out. Robert's attorney calls his client innocent while calling out law enforcement for not talking with the former mayor before her arrest. Why would they talk to her before her arrest? And minors are involved. Her attorney acts like he doesn't have an ounce of sense. It is my honor to represent Misty Roberts. My client learned late last night of the warrant despite not being contacted to be interviewed prior to investigators obtaining the warrant. Adam Johnson said, according to KPLC. Well, I would not have notified her either. All right.
This AI technology turns text
Hold
into
on.
animated videos featuring real humans.
Once you interview these minors and find out what's going on, it would give her too many opportunities to flee or go into hiding somewhere. No, I wouldn't give her that opportunity to do those things. So he goes on, this is the attorney, my client maintains her innocence as it stands, and she is in fact innocent. We trust the public will respect her constitutional presumptions of innocence, which is fundamental to our system of justice, he added. No, we don't have to respect her that way, because you know why? We don't get respected that way. So if you're going to judge us out in public whenever something goes on in our community, we can judge you. She's guilty. There, I'm going to do the same thing them folks always do when it's us. She's guilty. I don't believe her. She's guilty. She needs to go to jail. Misty and her family are very grateful for the support they have received from their friends and neighbors, and we look forward to putting this unfortunate situation behind them. Her arrest comes as she announced that she would step away from her office for 2 weeks. On July 26th, the same day the police launched their probe, the outlet reported. The writer, Fire Chief Ken Harlow, was appointed as her mayor pro tem. At least that's what it says. So anyway, but a day later, the disgraced former mayor submitted her letter of resignation to the city council. For nearly 15 years, my love and passion for the writer has been my foundation while serving as mayor, Roberts wrote. This role has rewarded me with many great relationships. I am humbled to have witnessed the hard work that it took a community to come together and overcome through unprecedented times. However, I must adjust my focus and priorities, she added. So she just resigned. And no, good riddance. You do things to children, I have no respect for you. Good riddance. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
All right, hold on. We're gonna go into the next one, but we're gonna comment. So hold on. So your thought?
It's amazing to see that because, for all intents and purposes, not to judge her on that, but she's a fairly good-looking woman. You would think that wouldn't have a problem getting the man that she wants. She's a mayor. You would think she would have access to men with money and prestige and so on and so forth. And she's diddling young kids. And in my opinion, like Lisa said, she's guilty based on the fact that she resigned. Now, she may have been forced to resign, and they spoke to her before they arrested her. We got to understand one thing, and this is the point I got from this whole story. White folks don't get arrested like black folks do. When you've been accused and indicted and arraigned, you go into jail. When you're white, you already have an attorney on retention, and you're going to get them to make a deal with the police when they arrest you, just like how Trump did, even if it wasn't the real one. He didn't have no cuffs on. He got booked. They took his picture. He didn't have no numbers on it. So that's fake right there. That tells you right there that that's all fake, because I've been in central booking before. I ain't never been convicted of a felony, but I've been arrested a few times. Okay. And all I'm saying is that tells you right there that that's fake. So with this case, she did the same thing. She made some kind of deal. Remember, she's the mayor. She's the chief of police boss. I don't give a fuck who says what or not. She's his boss. So she's like, oh, look, you're going to come to my crib. You're going to talk to me a few hours. I'm going to let you know what the terms are. I'm going to come in and I'm not going to do much time. I'm not even. I might see a jail cell for 5 minutes just so they could take a picture and say I was actually in jail. I'm going to get out, and then we're going to scrub this shit under the law, and we're not going to hear about this. And like most cops do, she'll just move from another department to the next department. Now, just to finish my point, given that the Sonia Massey case may have been a psyop or a false flag, they may have allowed that cop to be so dirty. They say he worked for 6 different departments in 4 years. How do you work for that many departments in that little time? What, are you getting fired every 6 months? I don't get that. So, you know, these clues lead me to believe that a lot of these things are psyops. Not this one in this case, because I don't see any gain for white supremacy in that case. But they have enough evidence to have made her resign, so she is guilty, like Lisa said. Your thoughts, brother?
Yeah, I agree. Also, I'm white and I say so. We're gonna see a video, which is the next one. I'm just gonna roll right into it, and then you'll be able to. It plays right perfectly right off of this. So we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. So I have more receipts, more evidence that we can present to the courts of heaven. Of course, when I say these things, you all know that I know that the Most High is already fully aware of these things. He's already fully aware. But this is the point I'm trying to make, that we have got to continue to utilize these receipts that we have as our proof of what these nations have done to us as the children of Yashael. So when we go before the Most High in prayer, we are presenting the facts. Because as Satan, the accuser of the brethren, does frequently, he is always going to try to present evidence against us when he approaches the throne of the Most High. But now, we are doing the same because we know how to utilize the weapons of our warfare, which are not carnal but mighty through Yah to the pulling down of strongholds. So this bit of evidence that I'm going to present, you have a white police officer who has a bombshell admission. He is admitting that there is what they call the hunt for Black people. And he tells how they utilize their authority, their privilege, and their badge to do the things that they do and have done to so-called Black people. They even refer to them as roaches. They see them on the streets, they say the roaches are out. So anyway, take a look and listen at this video admission. And of course, you know, I will be right back.
Another incident occurred, and I used more force than I needed. After the guy was handcuffed, I grabbed him, I pushed him up against the wall. I said, "Don't you dare say that to me again. Do you understand?" And I realized this is a disease I'm starting to develop.
The hunt for Black people, as he calls it, is part of a racist system that he condemns today. The first thing he denounces is the quota of arrest imposed on U.S. police in many large cities. This race for numbers pushes them to stop Black people for no reason.
Quotas lead to arrests for no reason. Minorities have no one to call if they're wrongly arrested. The white person will call their local political committee person. They'll call the parents, perhaps, of a teenager, will call the local politician. "Yo, what's going on here?" My child was arrested just because he didn't have his license. Why didn't you just tell him to go home and get his license? And things like, so the white person has more power. Black people have no connection to the people in power. So you know there's not going to
That's
be
very
any
critical.
blowback on arresting a minority because they don't have any power to complain.
And African Americans are not only unjustly arrested, they are not treated with the same respect as white people are.
If you stop somebody from going through a light, you would say, out of your car, out of your car, show me ID. You wouldn't say that. To a white person, you would go up and say, may I see your driver's license, please? And blacks know that. Blacks know when you go, hey, out of your car, now. And then they say, well, what did I do? Oh, what did I do? Don't say that. Don't ask me why I'm stopping you. I said, get out of the car. And that's right there, your first disrespect. And I saw that happening, and blacks know it's happening. They know it's not happening to white people. So automatically they start resenting the police just from little things, verbal commands, let alone the physicality of grabbing somebody and putting them in handcuffs while you check their ID. Unfortunately, when I would tell other officers, whoa, that's enough, then they would think, hey, what are you? N for the word. What are you, an N lover?
Since he retired, he campaigns openly against the racist behavior of the police. The former officer has even made a very explicit sign.
I'm asking police, end open season. Stop shooting black men, just like they're some kind of animal.
They wouldn't do that to the white.
No.
Why?
They have, they devalue the black man. The black man is, well, let's put it this way. In driving down a street in Philadelphia on a hot Friday night in August, I was with a partner, and of course, hot August night in Philadelphia, a lot of these people don't have air conditioning, and they're outside. There's a lot of people outside on the steps in the street, and as we're riding down, my partner says, wow, the roaches are out tonight.
Okay. So he talks about the fact that we know that we are being treated a certain way. And they know that we know we're being treated a certain way. So when we question them as to why they did this, why are you doing this, that gives them more power to say, "But what? You're questioning me, right?" So he's talking about this air of disrespect. They do this. They disrespect us because they know they can. They know that there is a system that's going to protect them. They know that there's a system that's going to allow them to disrespect us. So this is why they deal with our situations differently than they deal with others. He talks about the fact that they know that so-called black people don't have any power. They know this. All of this is fully in their minds. They are trained to believe this and to know this. So when I hear them talking about train people or train officers to be diverse and to be sensitive to this and sensitive to that, diversity training, listen, they already trained them to do what they are doing. The way that they treat black people, that's the way they've been trained to treat black people, right? They know that you have no power. As a matter of fact, the scripture is amazing how very, very linked to biblical prophecy that is. Did you know that the Bible says that will be one of the curses that will be laid upon these people? That they would have no power to stand before their enemies? It's important that we make these connections. This is why I say this evidence is presented to the courts of heaven, because we know that they are doing us wrong. Now, this officer, he says that he used to believe this way. He doesn't believe that way anymore. So basically saying that he is repentant in a sense, right? So I want to show you all the scripture before moving on. I want to show you the scripture that actually talks about the fact that they know that we don't have any power, right? But the Bible says that we won't have any power. Okay, let me get that for you in just a moment here. No power to stand. These bits of information are very, very important. Okay. and you're trying to connect the dots on who you are, this stuff is very important. Very. So those were the choice words. Those were the choice words that the officer used when talking about so-called black people. So when you go to Leviticus 26, the 26th chapter, we're going to read verses 36 through 38. It says, and upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their heart in the lands of their enemies. And the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursueth. And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursueth. And ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies, and ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. Now, I didn't share the screen with you on that. I intended to. My apologies for that. But yeah, right there, verse 37, it says, and they shall fall one upon another as it were before a sword, when none pursueth. And ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies, and ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. Meaning it was going to be so uneasy, it was going to be so difficult that we wouldn't have any power to stand. The land of your enemies eating you up. In other words, these people are going to be so perpetually filled with dirta against us that they are going to use policies and actions against us that would make it so uneasy for us, and we wouldn't have any power to stand. So I thought it was very interesting that he used those words, that they have, so-called black people have no power to stand. He says, no one to call. He says, if an officer pulls over a white person, a white young person, a white man, or whatever, they can call their parents, and their parents are going to get on the phone and call local officials and say, what's going on? You arrested my son, and blah, 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 blah. And then strings are going to be pulled. Help is on the way. The system is going to kick in and say, oh, our apologies. We just want, we just thought he would, blah, blah, blah. In other words, they're going to pull strings for one another. But when a so-called black person gets in trouble, they have no power to stand. There is no one to call. And the whole way they approach us with total disrespect. They approach you, they're saying, get out of the car. And if you ask them a question, you're questioning me? But when they're dealing with their own, it's more like, Mr. So-and-so, can I see your license? Or may I see your license? May I see your license and your proof of insurance? So they get an automatic respect. We get an automatic disrespect. So-called black people have become perpetual targets. And this is why he says there is the hunt for black people. He called it the hunt for black people. They know what's going on. Now, he is standing up against this type of behavior, but he was once a part of the system that upheld this. He was once a part of the system and actually participated in the things that were done to and against so-called black people. And they know that we know we're being mistreated, but it's like a taunting mechanism that is in place when they basically say, what are you going to do about it? You don't have any power to stand. Now, many of them may not even know the scripture, but what is going on is the fact that the Most High's word goes forth out of his mouth and it shall not return void. So whatever spirit needs to be activated in that person to cause them to be a part of carrying out the judgment of the Most High, that is what's going to take place, right? So their spirits are aligning with the dark powers that are working by permission, because the Most High sends these spirits. He sends these angels. He sends the punishing angels. He sends the demonic power. All of heaven and earth, every spirit, every entity, every deity walks under the obedience of the Most High. And if he tells them that they have to go and put a spirit in a person that causes them to act a certain way to carry out a judgment against a person, that is what they do. Because everything works in harmony with the will of the Most High. It all works in harmony with the will of the Most High. And so this is why sometimes it seems like it's a very automatic response that we get from these other nations. Many of them don't even realize that they are being used and controlled. It is what it is, y'all. As the scripture says, the Most High has his way in the heavens above and the earth below. Who can stay in Canaan and say, what doest thou? So when these other nations act in accordance to the will of the Most High that was prophesied and spoken, who are we really getting mad at when we get mad? See, what the Most High is trying to get us to do, he's trying to get us to see these things, line them up with biblical prophecy, and say, you know what? The fix for this is for us to repent. If my people, which are called by my name, would humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal their land. So he's waiting on us to realize the error of our ways and to understand that it is him who appointed terror over us when he put these other nations over us that have a perpetual dirta in their hearts against us. He's trying to get us to know. This is why we are perpetual targets, because they are pre-programmed to have a perpetual dirta because it was prophesied. It was spoken by the Most High. This is why we don't have any power to stand. And this is not me giving them an excuse, because they are going to have to pay for that. Because the spirits that work with people and in people and through people can only enter in because of the spirit that already exists in that person. This is why the scripture says Satan goes about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. He's looking for who he can work through, who he can use, who he can take out, who he can destroy. He's only looking for that he has permission to do these things to and through. And so when he sees a willing heart for wickedness, he says, oh, I can use that person right there to pull the trigger on one of the Most High's chosen seed. I can use that person right there to dig a ditch for another one. I can use that person because they have a willing, wicked rottenness in their heart to carry out this particular act. So I hope you all are understanding what is going on in the spirit realm. It's not as cut and dry as your pastor said. When the scripture says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers and the darkness of this world, against principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places, that is exactly what it means. That things are not as they seem. It is not as cut and dry as folk try to make it. Too many times people try to oversimplify this very real battle that is going on. So I want you all to take this word and understand why these people are able to do the things that they do. It was prophesied. But they are willing to act in accordance with this prophecy because they are on automatic. They already have these things in their hearts. They already have this perpetual dirta. And this is why our people are perpetual targets. They have a low opinion of Black people. This is why they disrespect Black people. And they give respect or the benefit of the doubt to their own people. The scripture said that they would do things to us and find themselves not guilty. They would allow their own people to get away with things that they would not allow us to get away with. This is why you have a man running for president with 34 convictions. Some of them are heinous, wicked, low-down things. But America still wants him. They still want him. You see, because there is an unrepentant spirit in this country. And because they are unrepentant, they will celebrate wickedness. They've even compared this wickedness to the Most High God of heaven. They've compared this wickedness to the second coming of the world, who the world calls Jesus. They've even compared this wickedness to King David. This is how messed up some folk are in their minds, that they cannot connect to the truth. So anyway, I just wanted to share with you what this officer said, talking about the hunt for Black people. They have the I can't help it. And there is a day and a time that is fast approaching where the Most High will judge all of these things that you see happening upon the earth. And people will not be able to hide from the strong hand of the Most High as He pours out those vials from heaven, those vials of the wrath of the Most High. He has already begun to judge these other nations. He's already begun. Just like when he said that judgment begins with the house of Yah, he judged his people very quickly, and he continues to judge us as a people, right? So we are still under that. That's why judgment began with us. But now these other nations will have to experience the wrath of the Most High because they have taken the affliction too far. They went above and beyond that which they were commissioned to do. And this is why the Most High is extending that hand of judgment upon them. He says it's going to come upon them double for what they have done. The things that they have done to the apple of his eye is going to come upon them double. And that is the word, that is the Bible, the things that your Christian pastor keeps away from, the things that these so-called prophets keep away from. They don't want to talk to you about the fact that these things that are happening upon the earth, these natural disasters, these destructions, these judgments upon nations and people, these things are happening because they laid their hands on the apple of his eye. What kind of prophet are you if you can't tell why these things are happening? Anyway, I'm done. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope that you are beginning to learn how important it is that we rightly divide the word of truth and be able to test every spirit that say that it is of the Most High. Any voice that is speaking on behalf of the Most High better be able to line up fully with the word of the Most High. With the Most High, he is very clear. No hit or miss. No just about. No quite there. The Most High is very, very direct. If he says something is going to happen a certain way, it's going to happen a certain way. Not another variation. I'm done, y'all. Chop it up in the comment section. As always, family, I want you to keep it tight and keep it right until the next live or the next video. Stay prayed up.
All right. Let me go back. Well, what say you? Wait.
I'm sorry, man. I have the mic muted. Very heavy piece, brother. Like you said, it kind of dovetailed what I said before we went into the vid. It kind of dovetailed into, what I was talking about, indirectly. And I see police officers and anybody of authority who are white, and because we have to acknowledge something that most of us don't acknowledge. Though they're not going to reach, they can't go past the fifth dimension. But some of them are getting there too. They can't go past the fifth dimension. And so to me, they're like the Tim Wises and the Jane Elliott's. It's a little too late. Those two people that I mentioned, along with that police officer, do you remember a movie called Serpico?
Yeah.
That was the time to be like that because it was dangerous. And Serpico, I believe, I saw the movie. I've seen him speak a few times. He's still alive, by the way, unless he passed away in the last 2 or 3 years and I didn't hear about it. He's an old man now, but he was like, yo, I'm not going to arrest a brother for doing the same thing I see white guys I know doing it every day. You know what I'm saying? I mean, long as he's not robbing nobody, stealing, crime, real crime, somebody's being harmed physically and mentally, You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know, don't do it in my face. I'm a police officer. I'm not here to stop you for suspicion. I'm here to stop you based on that guy told me you just robbed him. You know, so the point I'm making when I say that is who's your audience? Because white folk know why they do it, and we know why they do it. So to reveal that now is like I've entered the fifth dimension, and this is resting hard on my conscience. It's like the fireman you was telling me about last week that did the same thing to the brother in the restaurant about leaving black babies in fires.
Right.
It's the same thing at the end of the day. What is your end game when it comes to that, other than to relieve it off your soul? Are you going to pay any? Are you going to start a reparations fund of some sort for all of your victims? You know, and I'm not even saying he was about it doing it. You know, maybe he was, you know, like he saw it and he turned his head. Like, okay, that's his arrest, and I'm not going to involve myself, and I'm not snitching. So, you know, I mean, too little, too late, because we know this, they know it, and everybody knows it, and everybody plays along. What say you, brother?
I'm in agreement. But the key word has always been what I've always believed us to be.
Right.
We are a blessed people, and we are a cursed people. When we are united, which is what he just said, when we are united, we take over. And we get all the blessings of what he was talking about. I can pick up the phone, if something goes on, and my connection is ringing true. It reverberates and shakes the very ground that is trying to be something other than what it should be.
Right.
And our unity, political, economic, spiritual, and physical, is like the fingers on your hand. When you ball them up, they become a fist. It is undeniable, unstoppable, and undefeatable. And so our blessing is it come from our unity. Come from our unity. But our defeat, our demise, comes from being separate, disunity. And this is the reason why we are where we are right now. No hand, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because the more united you are, the more likely you're going to be running this shit. But you know, a poor person doesn't have any power. Get kicked in the ass. You get some modicum of respect, but at the end of the day, money talk, bullshit walk, and those economic points, tethers or weights get poured into the arena of your political power. It dictates it. And so when you have that going on along with the spiritual angle of of being at peace, and if somebody comes along and try to fuck with your peace, you know you're gonna put that Torah down, that Quran down, that Bible down, and beat the fuck out of them. And once you get through beating the fuck out of them, you pick it back up.
I don't know about them Bible people unless they attacked by Muslims. That's
you know,
we know that to be true all over Africa and a large part of Asia. Let me give you a factoid. You might know as a thinking, learned man, but I bet most of our audience doesn't know the answer to this question. Do you know what the number one populated country of Muslims is?
Yes, sir. Damn. If I'm wrong, I take
numerical and percent wise.
Wait. Say that again.
Numerical and percent wise. It's the same country.
Oh, I'm gonna say in Southeast Asia. I'm gonna say I could be wrong, but I'm gonna say it sure in hell ain't Iraq, Iran, or somewhere. It's in Southeast Asia, I believe. But
Okay.
I don't know what country, but I believe in Southeast Asia.
Indonesia.
Am I
Thank you.
right?
At least you got the right location. Most people don't know that.
Yeah. Right.
I learned that as a merchant seaman. That's another thing. I was talking to an Indonesian guy one time. So, we got kind of cool. He was a shipmate. And so I asked him, I said, so I started asking, I've never been to Indonesia. I started asking him questions. He said, I was born and raised Muslim, but when I moved to the States, I ain't give a fuck about none of that no more. I just became like everybody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Secular,
Yeah, and then he
secular.
told me that. And then I looked it up and I'm like, oh shit. I never even knew that Indonesian people was any Muslims, and practically all of them are. You cannot open a church in Indonesia. You have to be a Muslim.
Right.
It's 98% Islam, and they have over 200 million people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I knew it was somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I just couldn't figure it out
Right.
who it was. But yeah. Hold on. Let me let's go to the next video.
Okay,
Because I
brother.
think that video what we just watched it speaks for itself. All right.
Yes,
So
sir.
we're gonna
I
go,
agree 100%.
So we'll go to the next one. So this one deals with this guy who was a traitor to the Islamic world, all for money, and he's licking the balls of white supremacy and Israel. So we'll start. It's a 10-minute long. Hold on.
Hello, I'm CJ Willerman, and this week we expose the infamous so-called son of Hamas as a vicious liar, manipulator, and fraud. But first, please remember to like and subscribe to our show. Now let's get into it. If you were to ask me to identify one individual who has done more to brainwash Western audiences with Zionist propaganda than anybody else, then I would point to this guy, Mossab Youssef, the author of this book, which he claims to be the son of a Hamas co-founder while revealing the group's inner workings. His claims and allegations against the Palestinian resistance group has made him Israel's #1 propagandist, which is why you now see him featured on every major American and British cable network, from Fox News to CNN, from Piers Morgan to Dr. Phil, and even Dr. Jordan Peterson. If you own a television, then you've seen his face. The Israel lobby has made damn sure of it.
Joining us now, Mossab Hassan Youssef. He is the son of a Hamas founding father and later became one of Israel's top informants. He went undercover with Hamas from 1997 until 2007 on behalf of Israel's Shin Bet security services, and he now lives in an undisclosed location.
Mossab's job is to tell Western audiences everything they want to hear about Hamas, Israel, Palestinians, and Islam, making him Zionism's ultimate native informant, a term coined by European colonizers in the Middle East to describe natives who happily betray their people in exchange for money, privilege, and status. Mossab has betrayed every single person he has ever got close to, including his own father, having helped Israel track him down in exchange for a bounty. He traded his own father for money and then fled to the United States in 2007, where he converted to Christianity and received political asylum along with a pension from the US federal government. The US-led War on Terror has produced a great number of native informants who have been lavished with book deals and paid interviews for stoking fears and anxieties about Islam and Muslims. I'm talking about Ayaan Hirsi Ali, Majid Nawaz, and Hamza Yusuf, among many others, who lend a veneer of legitimacy to the US government's claims that terrorism is the product of so-called radical Islam. This is the exact role that Mossab performs for Israel, helping justify its violence against Palestinians by claiming Hamas and by extension the entire Palestinian population have a religiously motivated desire to wipe every Jew off the planet.
Hamas is a religious movement, and they are raging a religious movement against Israel. This is what they are doing. The mainstream media
cannot say this because they are afraid to ignite a religious war. And what I say, it already is. You know, they want to annihilate the Jewish people because they are Jewish people, because they are Jewish state. This is why they hate Israel. They want.
His claim is an easily provable lie because Sheikh Yassin, the central founder and spiritual leader of Hamas, made a clear distinction between his Zionist occupiers and the Jewish people writ large.
لما تكون شخصا الحديث احنا ما بنكره اليهود ونخاف اليهود لانهم يهود اليهود اهل دين واحنا اهل دين احنا بنحب كل اهل الاديان اخويا هذا اللي من امي وابويا اللي دينه مسلم اذا اخذ بيتي وفرطني منه انا بقاتل اخويا قاتل ابن عمي اذا اخذ ارضي وبيتي وفرطني فلما اليهودي ياخذ ارضي وبيتي وفرطني منها كمان انا مستعد. أنا ما بقاتل أمريكا ولا بريطانيا ولا دول أخرى، أنا كل الناس معهم السلام، بحب كل الناس وبحب الخير لكل الناس، كمان بحب الخير.
Mossab is a professional liar. He lies about his biography. He lies to anyone who will listen. And he exaggerates his claims to make himself out to be more important than he ever was. Even his father and brother have long disowned him and have demonstrated how their son and sibling is nothing more than a money-grubbing, opportunistic quadruple agent. Having been on the payroll of Israel, Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, and the US government all at the same time, is a con artist who will say anything to anyone in exchange for fame and fortune. He has left behind a trail of deceit, doublespeak, and contradictions. Even an Arab spy for Israel accused Mossab of duping Western audiences for fame and money, arguing that he has revealed himself to be more double agent than turncoat. A mere 12 months before he published his book, Mossab told a Saudi news agency that Israel is the problem and as an occupation it needs to end. And he accused Israel of committing all kinds of crimes against his people, family, himself, and humanity. But in an interview he gave CNN 14 years ago, he basically admitted he was essentially brainwashed into thinking differently about Israel while serving time in an Israeli prison, where he was recruited by Mossad.
Tell me again the turning point and whether it was a person that you trusted, somebody who came to you, who turned you from wanting to be a suicide bomber to working for the Israelis.
It's not about trusting somebody. It's about my own experience, figuring out who's my enemy. I grew up in a society that Israel was my enemy, and this is how I was learned. And when I was in prison, I found that there could be other enemies. Also, there are other enemies in the community. So I was confused. Personally, I was confused who was really my enemy.
This is where he was turned into a spy, and then later a PR spokesperson for Israel. This is normal operating procedure for the Zionist state. It has been doing this stuff for years. In 2008, an investigation by an Israeli human rights group found that Israel's secret police pressured Palestinians in Gaza to spy on their community in exchange for urgent medical treatment. One Israeli spy told a Palestinian patient, "Either you make contact with me and agree to my demands, or you will not get any medical treatment, which will cause you to go blind, making a burden of you to your family and friends." It's a despicable practice, but then again, Israel is a despicable state. And while there's no doubt Mossad was pressured or bribed into spying for Israel, it's also clear he now relishes his job as a media propagandist, earning huge paychecks and speaking fees along the way. But thankfully, not all Western journalists are falling for his shtick. Some are now openly challenging his lies and vicious hatred, like Abby Martin did in a recent appearance on Piers Morgan.
Mossab is the Palestinian who hates Palestinians. He's developed a lucrative career being able to lie about basic facts about this conflict. And so when he says Palestinians or Hamas, what he really means is all Arabs and all Muslims. In fact, I've seen that plain as day in his social media and talks. He thinks that all Muslims are terrorists. He is actually credited to jailing the Palestinian Mandela, Marwan Barghouti. This is a guy who he put in prison 20 years ago, who was marching side by side with Israeli peace activists denouncing Hamas killing civilians. Marwan Barghouti is the most popular unifying figure in Palestinian society. He would resoundingly win in an election against Hamas. So again, I mean, when we're looking at someone who's worked for Israeli intelligence, who spouts the same rhetoric as Israelis, who say Hamas, but what they really mean is all Palestinians, I mean, it's really hard to debate someone on the fundamental reality and the principles of, the facts of this conflict.
This was a direct hit on Mossad. But to be perfectly honest and consistent, I wish it didn't come from Abby Martin. You see, she was a friend of mine until she used her large platform to launder Assad's propaganda by falsely suggesting the dictator's chemical weapons victims gas themselves to death. I hate Assad as much as I hate Zionists, and so should you, particularly given Israel's long history of protecting the Assad dynasty, given Palestinians were mass murdered and tortured by the Assad regime.
هذا بشار الممانع، شفتوا تطبيق ممانعات ضد الفلسطينية ممانع، هو حسن نصر الله تبعه اللي اسمه الله ويشهد علينا الله، جايينك لو ما بضل فينا إلا ولد واحد جايينا.
And given the Palestinian resistance stood firmly with the Syrian opposition. That is until Iran cut off its funding for criticizing the Syrian dictator. But don't take my word for it, he's the leader of Hamas.
تحكم إيران كسبت في العالم العربي من يعني بعدما مارست دعما انتهازيا لحركة المقاومة الفلسطينية حماس والجهاد، وكان ذلك الدعم ليس من أجل فلسطين إنما من أجل النفوذ الإيراني، والدليل أنه لما وصلت الأمور عند النظام السوري توقف الدعم المالي الإيراني تماما عن الحركة.
مع أننا اختلفنا مع الإخوة في سواء في الأزمة السورية أو في ملفات في الوضع العربي في الخليج وفي العراق وفي غيره.
With that said, not enough has been done to push back against Mossad's falsehoods. He continues to appear on one cable news TV program after another, while also palling around with leaders of the Western world at the United Nations and elsewhere. He's therefore doing real harm to the Palestinian liberation struggle, and therefore he must be exposed and challenged. So, this is me calling on my journalist colleagues in the Western media. Do your research, and you'll see that he's a professional liar, making him a heinous individual who should never be platformed or amplified. You have a moral and ethical responsibility to report the truth, which means shunning the self-proclaimed son of Hamas. But that's my time for today. Please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, and we kindly ask you please support our effort to expose and confront injustices in the Muslim world by becoming a member of the show at patreon.com/CJWhirleman. We can't produce, sustain, and grow this show without your help, and we offer exclusive content and benefits to those who do. But for now, good night, good morning, wherever you are, and stay blessed.
All right. I like this guy, CJ Whirleman. At least he's not showing any slant in his reporting, and he's just telling the facts.
Right.
Hold on. This is the next one. This is 12 minutes. So hold on. We'll set it up. So what are your thoughts about that? What he was saying?
Again, not as far as I'm concerned, not need much to be said. I mean, it is what it is, bro. I mean, he pretty much put it out there, said what needed to be said. I don't really disagree with any of it, and what's happening is telling, man. Their system is up, man. We could tell you 6 ways to Sunday how that's happening, and he just pretty much told you in a whole nother way and summed it up with the same thing I just said.
Right. Well, one of the things that sticks out, hold on. I can't stand on a little motorbike. They should get their ass at home and chill out. But anyway.
Hey, you in New York with Tren de Aragua?
I didn't hear you.
I said, are you in New York with Tren de Aragua?
Something.
Man, them Venezuelans is tearing New York up, boy, on scooters. Right. They got it's a mask without being a mask because it's a helmet. They jumping off scooters, doing stuff, getting right on it, and 30 seconds later, they gone.
Well, it's just nerve wracking, you know what I mean? But anyway, there's always a traitor. The reason why I play that video because there's always a traitor that's going to try to get a little bit of something for himself. You know what I mean? And this guy, his days are numbered, man. It's just a matter of time before they find him and kill him. And it's just necessary to really do that. I mean, you got to really be careful about who you're going to bed with, politically and economically speaking. And this guy done slept with America, Hamas, Israel, four lovers for all of money.
Hey, brother, before we go into the next video clip, I'm sorry, brother Isaiah, will you finish?
No, go ahead.
I want to ask you a question, and I want to ask your opinion on this.
Right.
What do you feel about Netanyahu speaking at Congress demanding money for this war between them and Hamas? Demanding, not asking, demanding.
Right, demanding, not asking. I'm not surprised, but I'm really surprised that nobody killed his ass. You know what I mean? And nobody arrested him. How in the fuck you gonna come into the people's house and down us as an American? And hell, he from Philadelphia, you should know. But the idea is that he got a lot of fucking ball. But then again, we're gonna see. I don't know if it's true or not, but based on that airline flight, he wasn't on no private jet. He was on a. He went back to Guantanamo Bay, from what I could see. So he is. I don't know, but we're gonna find out all this shit once this movie ends. Who and what. So no,
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because for some, I think I said this on the show previously. For some time, Benjamin Fulford has been saying like that's the fourth or fifth Netanyahu. He says that about Biden. He says it about Trump. He don't just say it about the guys we against. He says it about the guys that supposed to be okay. You know, whatever that means. You know what I'm saying? The better guys instead of the good guys. If you don't subscribe to that, but all I'm saying is you know, me and you are astute enough to know that if you're above a certain level, and I said this on Thorough Black Talk a few days ago as well, if you're above a certain level, you have at least 4 or 5 clones.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe the movie actors and musicians get those few amounts because you know they don't have to be somewhere at a certain time to sign something and then show it on television and on the internet so that everybody saw you signed it.
Right.
No?
Yeah. Well, you know, like we've been saying, all of this is going to come to an end, and the serious wake up call going to be people are going to be woke up. You know what I mean? So let's go to the next one. So I already got the screen up. Hold on. Check this out.
This is the reason why everybody in the world that you see today is actually black. Our great ancestors were actually melanated and needed a dark skin to be able to survive the intense heat. The idea that modern humans originated in Africa is actually supported by a wealth of scientific evidence from various fields. We're talking about fossil evidence, genetic evidence, as well as some modern traditional practices that some other people have adopted but don't actually understand where they originated from. We're talking about everything from fashion, clothing, even spiritual practices that Christians and churches have actually adopted, minus understanding where they originated from. In today's video, you're going to get a comprehensive understanding of some of the historical perspectives that do suggest and support that the original is actually modern. You know that you're very familiar with this perspective, but do you agree everybody in the world is actually black, or rather a descendant of a black person or black people? Leave your thoughts in the comments as we roll the clips for you.
So if black is the original color, and Africa is the original motherland, where everybody came from, where every race originated. Originally, the whites, Caucasian, the Mongoloid, Asian, the Australoid, the Hispanic, and the Latino, being the indigenous to Central and South America, the Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, the Native American and Alaska Natives, the Middle Eastern people. If we all came from Africa. Originally, at one point or another in the past, then that would mean that everybody in the world, you and me looking at the phone at each other, are black. So the term black applies to all of us because at some point we were all black. And I'll be the first one to tell you, I'll be proud to be black. I'll be a proud black man.
If you make the assumption that the human race arose like around the equator and the skin color, dark skin color would be the phenotype, then are you assuming that as people moved outward, there was a mutation, and if you were in the north, it allowed that mutation to live, which is how we got white people?
Yes.
Will that follow?
Yeah. If Nina Jablonski, who spoke at another one of your things, explained this, and she played a role in studying the reason for dark skin, which is if you have lots of intense sunlight, it destroys folic acid, and it turns out folic acid is really important for babies to develop properly. So it's not too good for a population for the babies to not develop properly. So that's why dark skin. Now, as you move north, there's another essential vitamin called vitamin D. There's an intermediate, biochemical intermediate that needs to be then converted by the liver, but that intermediate is formed by UV light going through the skin. If you're near the equator and you have a dark skin, it still gets through enough to get your vitamin D. But now if you go north and it's cold and you wrap up and it's less sun because the sun's coming at an angle now, you will get rickets and have other problems supposedly. So that's thought to be the reason for selection for lighter skin.
People are dark skin.
Dark skin is nothing needs.
That's like most of the people have dark skin, but there are also people with light skin and blonde people because there's a big mixture. Originally, the people from Mexico are dark skin, light skin. Yeah.
Isaiah, can you mute yourself?
That's where it all started.
Hold on. The video's not playing. Or the volume's not on, at least.
The oldest cultures
Did the video stop playing?
in the world who originated in Africa.
Yeah, for about 30 seconds.
1,000 years ago.
Is it playing now?
Go back to the white people that was talking in the car.
Used to develop properly, so it's not too good for a population for the
Can you hear it?
not develop properly. So that's why dark skin. Now, as you move north, there's another essential
Can
vitamin.
you hear it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me turn it over.
There's an intermediate, biochemical intermediate that needs to be then converted by the liver, but that intermediate is formed by UV light going through the skin. If you're near the equator and you have a dark skin, it still gets through enough to get your vitamin D. But now if you go north and it's cold and you wrap up and it's less sun because the sun's coming at an angle now, you will get rickets and have other problems supposedly. So that's thought to be the reason for selection for lighter skin.
Mexican people are dark skin.
Dark skin is nothing needs.
That's like most of the people in Mexico have that dark skin, but there are also people with light skin and blonde people because there's a big mixture. Originally, the people from Mexico are dark skin, light skin. The people from Spain came to conquer us, and that's where it all started.
But the name and the faces dark skin. The native color of skin.
The indigenous people in Mexico, we have a lot of indigenous culture from the Mayas, the Aztecs, the Toltecs. There are a lot of.
Before you go to church this week and get the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit or watch somebody get it, I thought you might want to know that it likely originated with the San people, one of the oldest cultures and tribal groups in the world who originated in Africa over about 40,000 years ago. For context, the oldest tribal group or culture in Europe that was not melanated are the Sami people, and they are said to have originated about 6,000 years ago in Scandinavia and Russia. But back to the story. For the San, the indigenous people of Southern Africa, the activation of energy and contact with the spirit world is achieved through the communal trance dance. After many hours of dancing, singing, and clapping, the most experienced dancers enter a trance. The San would do this dance to enter the spirit world to have contact with the Creator. The San often did this dance for social cohesion, for rain, and to heal. Sound familiar?
Be racist, but how are people black when the first two people that were made are white? That's a great question. So just so you know, I don't touch the topic of religion. But scientifically speaking, I can tell you that the first people actually came from Africa. About 300,000 years ago, we see the first Homo sapiens. And they, of course, appeared in Africa. They evolved from, and I can never say this one right, they evolved from Homo heidelbergensis. Did I say, I can never say that one right. Understand how it's confusing because whenever you see an evolution of human beings, you always see the person as white. But the first people, they lived in Africa. People did not develop white skin and blonde hair until they migrated to Europe. See, Africa was pretty difficult to live in. So you needed pretty dark skin because this pigment that you see, melanin, that's your natural sunblock. The first people that lived in Africa needed the natural sunblock. They were black. Now again, you then migrate a little bit north. People then migrated to Europe, and then, of course, the pigmentation went away, blonde hair developed, blue eyes developed, but the first individuals were black. I hope this helps.
I'm saying original people have been here for so long that there's nothing we haven't done.
The best prayer to attract wealth begins when you understand that the strongest energy in the universe is not thought.
And in nowhere we haven't been. Okay, there is no place that white people have discovered on this planet. Anywhere that white people have gone, anywhere, they will find the original man was already there.
As much as TV and media doesn't want to show black people as the original man, or doesn't want to show black people contributing to history significantly, media shows you, should tell you that it is very significant for them to whitewash everything from history to spirituality and tradition. And we're going to get into the significance of it all and the evidence in the modern age of what they adopted from African ancestry and indigenous communities of black people. But first, let's take a look at scientific and historical evidence that suggests that black people are actually the original man. And why is there a growing notion that life began in Africa? So we're talking about fossil evidence. So the oldest known fossils of anatomically modern humans, also called as Homo sapiens, have been found in Africa. For example, fossils discovered in Omokavish, Ethiopia, are estimated to be about 195,000 years old. And other significant findings also include Town Child in South Africa, which dates back to 2.8 million years ago. This represents an early human ancestor. So this is a figure that resembles child. It was found in South Africa, which is about 2.8 million years ago. So can you imagine that? So it's an ancestry that suggests that life could have actually originated in Africa, or rather the black people are actually original people. Now, DNA analysis also shows that the greatest genetic diversity among humans is actually found in African populations. This suggests that modern humans have been living in Africa the longest, as genetic diversity accumulates over time. Studies of mitochondria, DNA, which is passed down from mother to child, and Y chromosome DNA passed down from father to son, trace the lineage of all modern humans back to Africa. So that is very significant right there. That's a very significant scientific discovery that we should never dismiss, even in an argument with a palm color person who wants to base the origin of humanity on the title. Palm colors will still that they are the original people. Why? Because media tells them that. Media tells us that the Christ was actually palm colored, and we end up believing that. You know, media tells us that beauty should be based on Eurocentric standards, and we end up believing that. But history and scientific evidence proves otherwise. Now, without getting into too much scientific evidence as to why life began in Africa or why black people are the original people, let's look at the evidence in the modern age that proves most things were adopted from black people and from African communities. We're talking about things such as traditional medicines, herbal remedies. Many people still rely on traditional herbal remedies for various ailments. For instance, the use of Artemisia annua, or in other words, sweet wormwood for treating malaria has been integrated in modern medicine. So we're talking about something that was indigenous to black people being integrated in modern medical applications. Now, how about spiritual healing? So traditional healers, such as sangomas in Southern Africa, continue to provide spiritual and psychological support, often working alongside modern healthcare providers who offer holistic care. So modern healthcare providers, or those that want to create new medicines and medical applications, go to sangomas in Southern Africa or in African communities and ask and seek. So a healthcare provider goes to a sangoma. How are you treating the sickness? Is it working? How does it look now? How is the person keeping up? You see, and if that person held, some of these healthcare providers do actually get the knowledge from those guys, and they go and create new medicines. And in turn, the sangomas also get some guidance and insightful perspectives, and sometimes even some utensils or tools that they can be using to carry out some of their traditional procedures. Another very important aspect to look at is storytelling and oral traditions. So in cultural preservation, griots and storytellers use modern platforms like podcasts, YouTube, and social media to share traditional stories and preserve cultural heritage. And when it comes to education, oral traditions are incorporated into educational curricula to teach history and moral lessons, ensuring that younger generations remain connected to their roots. So, of course, there's a preservation of knowledge, but the most significant thing to consider here is the fact that this knowledge has been preserved for generations and generations. And now, with the useful nature of modern day technology, we're able to preserve it and also go back to check and ask and understand what things used to take place in ancient times and utilize that knowledge to our benefit. And when it comes to music and dance, as we've seen in that other video, we're talking about global influence or entertainment. So African music and dance have also influenced global genres like jazz, hip hop, and reggae. Traditional rhythms and instruments are often blended with modern music to create new sounds. So we're talking about playing a drum and recording it on a mic and then implementing that or putting it into a file or software that can actually be used into the modern world. You hear it playing on a song, but you wouldn't know that it was actually recorded live. So there are a lot of things to consider into the modern age that were actually contributed because of ancestry of Black people, African societies, as well as indigenous lands. But the world will never tell you about this, and that is the reason why media always portrays palm colors as if they're the ones that invented all these things, right? You know why they do that? Because they know that when you see yourself on a movie, when you see yourself in media representation, you're gonna begin asking the bigger questions, right? Like I remember a time when these Black kids in Africa were asked the question by this podcaster or YouTuber who asked them who is the smartest between them and the palm color kid. Do you know what they said? They said the palm color kid, of course. And they asked them why. Because they said, we don't know, but he's just smarter than us because that's what we know. But the reason is because this is what we see in media representation. Anything that you always see in media or in TV, you pick up and subconsciously it becomes ingrained in part of you. You never know the reason why you behave actively. It's because we understood it. We see Black people's art in museums, on TV, on platforms, but we never know because we were never taught. Right? We look at it and we say, wow, this is gorgeous, this is stunning, and all that. And there are paintings that are sold for $1 million, thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. But those things were contributed by African societies, indigenous people, and Black people. But you tell me what you think about the significance of these historical and scientific perspectives that suggest that original man is actually Black. I'll see you in the next video. Please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for joining me.
All right, let me bring this one up.
I think I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
But it's gonna be the last video, but we're not gonna get to it right now. Hold on.
If you want to drop.
What do you think?
Again,
we're all Black.
Man, what are you talking about? I'm light skinned.
It's relative.
Hey, I'm white.
It's relative.
Yeah,
it's a status. It's a status.
You know when you fill out these. No, go please finish, brother. Please, I don't want to cut you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. When I fill out applications, I put I'm white. And they usually correct it. I'm like, so why put it there? Just put it there your damn self. I don't have to put it there. You know, I mean, it's obvious what I am when you see me, right? Unless I'm there, I dump myself in a vat of vanilla, which is all black anyway. Right, most of us don't know that because it tastes so good they had to make it white just to throw you off. The first time somebody told me that, I could have. This is before the internet and all that. I was like, man, get out of here. I didn't never seen black vanilla. Then I went, and I got a little older. I researched it online. That thing is black as it can get. It's African black vanilla.
White folk couldn't take it. They figured, if it's that good, it gotta be white. So
But I got a question for you, brother, a real serious question, because you alluded to such last week, I believe. What led to the albinism outside? Because because if that were the case, now I'm sure they're talking thousands of years at this time.
Right.
But if that were the case, then there would be no black people who lived outside of the 10 degrees within the equator. And we know that ain't true. There's people all over the North and South America in the 30s and 40s where they get long winters. So what what led to the albinism for these people to start being non-melanated, if you will?
Well, that's easy to understand because it had to do with the mutation that happened within the genome of the black woman's kids. And these people are born like that. I don't know what section of the chromosome that produces albinism, but it definitely ain't got shit to do, like this guy was saying in the video, with the weather or with the coldness or nothing like that. They're just ignorant and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because I debunked all that bullshit in my book, all right? Because the Inuit, who are about as black as me and you, are still living in cold climate and they ain't changed white yet. So that, along with a lot of other things, played a part in that. And these people came about 4,000 years ago. It wasn't no 6,000 years ago. You're giving them too much credit. You know, I mean, they just got here 3,000 years ago at the minimum, and at the most, I can give them 4,000 years. They just got here. They just got here yesterday.
Another question. And by the way, for those of you listening out there who don't know who the Inuit are, those are the Eskimos, who are very dark-skinned people that live in the northern regions of North America and certain parts of Europe. Another question. Examine the relation between. Now we have to deal with not eugenics. We have to deal with linguistics in this case, because I find it quite coincidental or not incidental that the very first people recorded. Now we know there were people before the Sand people, because we know about Atlantis and Lemuria. So we know that predates those times that the man said 38,000 years ago for the Sand people. But I find it quite ironic that the very first acknowledged existence of any white folks in Europe were the Sami people. And when you do the linguistics, when you're talking, and if according to the video, I'm not saying according to us, I'm saying according to the video, they existed 6,000 years ago. There's no small coincidence that the very first white people have a name similar to the first black people that supposedly existed in Africa. So could you go into that a little bit and as to why that may be?
Based on my research and based on based on my research and based on what I know to be factual, that these people are Dravidian albinos, basically from India or Hindustan or whatever name that the ancient name of India was. And then after coming out of the womb of the black woman, and we're not talking about one or two, we're talking about thousands, you know what I mean? We segregated them and put them into Central Asia. There were none that I know of that I've been able to cite in or see in or investigate existed in Europe, known as the Sami, or whatever the case may be. So there were two. People say there were two great migrations, but I would say two great invasions into our Western Holy Roman Empire. And now you can call it a Black Holy Roman Empire, it's still the same shit, because these people came in two waves or two invasions. And the first wave, we married them all, or we got married to them. You know what I mean? And then the second wave, we were just too many of these motherfuckers. And that's what kicked off the race wars, what I would call them race wars. 30 years war, 10 years war, whatever the case may be with France and all of that, and how they mixed in with the bourgeois.
Give me a time frame on that, brother.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Do you have a time frame?
I have what on?
A time frame.
No.
No, I'm talking about the time you're talking about with the mixing and
No. Okay. My bad. Yeah, right off. I mean, you can Google it. It's no big secret. But I just can't remember what those two migrations were or two invasions were. But there were only two. The first one we married off, and it got absorbed. And then the second one was way too many of these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? And they kicked off the war, with the French Revolution, and the 30 Years' War, and the 10 Years' War, whatever the case may be, that occurred in Europe. Because you got to remember that the Irish, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, Irish, the Dutch, the Scots, all of these were black people. And so as they came in, they were taking over our crowns, our lands, our titles, and all of that. So there were no white Irish. They were all black people. And so with all of that being said and done, you get these people who step into our role of King of England and all of this, and France as well, because the French king, the Sun King, better known, was a black guy, King Louis the 14th. So these people had no roles and had no control, had no claws, had no existence in Europe until that second wave came through. So I mean, but you can look at off the top of my head, I could Google it, but you can look that up and see it for yourself. But uh, the first people to have blue eyes were black people and green eyes or whatever the case is, because we have the most diverse genetics on the planet.
The first
Tall,
people that
short,
did anything on
fat,
this earth
skinny.
were black people.
Yeah. Yeah, the first one to fart. You know what I mean? Come on, man. We're the first of everything. Shit, it's good and bad. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, that's the story on that one. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, we did that one already. Okay. Hold on. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna cover before we get into that Joseph Cohen bitch ass debate with the Muslim Brotherhood. We're gonna go. Can you see that one? Yeah. Okay, you still got it.
Black
We're
on
gonna
black
do this
crime
one in
versus white
two.
on white crime. Yeah, I can see it.
So we're gonna do. Yeah, we're going. You laugh for 30 minutes. Well, we're gonna split it. No, in 20 minutes, almost 40 minutes. So we're gonna split it up. 17 and the rest 20. 70, yeah, the first 20 minutes, and then we'll go to the last few minutes. So hold on, let me go back.
This AI technology turns text into animated videos featuring real humans.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. I'm going to be sharing with you a clip today, which proves to me and highlights why these people need to mind their own business. And it proves that they are not a fair judge of things. And why the Most High says that the saints shall judge the earth. The saints shall judge the earth, not Christians, not religious folk, but the saints shall judge the earth, because you have people who do not know how to rightly discern situations. For getting into this, I am going to share the broadcast, asking that you will do the same so that others can tap into this conversation as well. We are definitely living in the last days. It seems like pride and hypocrisy have hit the roof as it relates to certain groups of people. Pride and hypocrisy. There are literally people who just can't see straight in regards to so-called black people. They can't see straight. They can't even see their own ways. The comparison that I'm about to show you is ridiculous. As you listen to the rhetoric, yes, it's rhetoric. They fall behind the excuse of, I live mostly around black people. See, there's the problem. That's why you can't make the comparison. Because usually when you have a person of another race who lives mostly around black people, you're living in an area where you're going to be exposed to certain things. So I doubt very seriously if he's living in the suburbs of Atlanta, where you have black people who are doing quite well. So of course, if you live in an inner city where certain things are happening, you're going to draw a certain conclusion. And this is how typically people like to judge so-called black people, by the handful that they know. They don't want to look across the whole spectrum. They think that only celebrities and athletes are the exception. That's the problem. So you're going to listen as this man is going to talk about how grandma covers up this and covers up that. It trips me out how you talk about folk covering up. Oh my goodness. What do you call what other people have done for centuries when it comes to things that they do to so-called black folk? What do you call that? I think I would call that the real cover-up, right? Even through their educational system, they try to downplay these horrendous things that have been done in the past and the present. They try to cover it up as though you can't use the things of the past to connect to today. So that's why many of these folks really need to zip their lips. Now, his biggest concern, the reason why he did this video is because black folks said that he needs to tend to WOW, W-O-W crime, and stop talking about B-O-B crime. So our people are saying, look, sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine. Anybody familiar with that old song? Put a 1 in the chat if you heard that song before. Sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine. Somebody needs to send this dude that song. Because when you hear all of this rhetoric spilling out of his mouth, you'll understand what I'm talking about. You will understand. So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and play this. And those of you who have not heard that song before, yeah, the Williams brother, thank you. If you haven't heard that song, look it up after this. I think you'll like it. I think you will like it. Okay? Very, very telling indeed. So take a listen at this. And of course, you know, I will be right back.
This message is vital to your survival.
I want to talk about just a few things this morning. I want to respond to this just because it's kind of a mindset in the black community that white people should mind their white business and black people should mind their black business. Yeah, no, it's just American business. It's just black Americans and white Americans. It's American business across the board. That's why I speak on black American business, right? Not sure how you don't intertwine the two or see that black issues affect white people, just like white issues affect black people. I mean, it's pretty evident, to be honest with you. But the reason I focus primarily on the black side of issues is because
I don't see the need for it in the white community. If I did, and here's the thing: I was a pastor for a decade, so yeah, I've done my fair share of speaking to white people on white issues. Believe me. So no, it's not that at all. It's just that where crime is concerned and the way that it affects everybody's everyday life. Everyday life.
Okay, y'all, I had to stop it right there for a minute.
Everyday life.
Okay, y'all, I had to stop it right there for a minute. My apologies for that. I have to learn how to maneuver when I want to pause a video or whatever. But dude just said he don't feel a need to speak to his folk about the stuff that goes on in their community. Okay? He said he don't feel a need to. Now, he's going to try to clean it up a little bit, say, of course, yeah, you have this going on, and of course, that's going on. But it's mostly in the Black community. You don't feel a need to? Dude, you better get out of here with that stuff. It's probably more of a need in y'all's community than in ours. More of a need. Because you say that there's always cover up in our communities. No, you got it all wrong. That's projection that you're doing right now. Because the cover up is mostly in y'all's communities. Y'all will know that some little Black child was done away with in your grandfather's backyard back when you were 10 years old. And I don't see y'all running to the authorities about that. You want to talk about cover up? No, you all are the masters of cover up. So this is what I mean when I say that there is this man, his comparison is totally off. And it proves that there is a reprobate nature. A reprobate nature. That's
Yeah, let me stop it right here because I'm thinking about something right now. Look, white folk are either dumb, stupid, psychopathic, sociopathic, or all the above. It's all of the above, man, because they're lying. You can lie to me all day long, but don't lie to yourself. White folks have killed off all of the Tasmanian people that ever existed, right down to the baby. And the last man, they turned his testicles that they cut it off and turned it into a tobacco pouch. In the Pacific Island, I think it's somewhere in the I forget what part. It's way midway, somewhere in the Midway Island. Do you know how many times they nuclear bombed that motherfucker? Forcing the native people of that area to move out and come to the native Hawaiian and America directly.
They did the same thing.
Now, you
in
know,
Vieques.
we bombed Japan. Huh?
They did the same thing in Vieques, Puerto Rico, right next to you a few years ago.
Well, hold on. We're gonna get to that. So, look, I was drinking my ginger ale. I love this thing. But anyway, I ain't trying to put no advertising on. But anyway, we bombed Japan twice. We know that. But they bombed that area, not 10, not 20, not 30, not 40, not 50, not 60. 63 times they bombed that motherfucker. White folk. 60. What fucking reason do you have to nuclear bomb that area? Do you know what else is important? America bombed its own ass at least a dozen times. Not only that, we have nuclear waste far worse than the Fukushima. And the United States government, the FDA, is saying, oh, well, all of the fish that's coming in from the Pacific Island not from the Pacific Ocean, it's okay. Don't worry about radioactive material and infection, whatever the hell you want to call it. I'm gonna worry about that bitch. The well water, not the well water, the aquifer in the ground in America, close to New York, and definitely in Florida, is contaminated with radioactive waste material come from nuclear power plants. But they don't talk about that. And how many people are dying from cancer from that? How many people are suffering from that? How many people are still suffering from the juice that people are still taking? You're talking about motherfucking crimes and shit. These motherfuckers are the originators of crime. There are some 14,000 decapitated black folks' heads in the museum in France. How macabre can you be? But go ahead, bro. Let's finish that, and then we'll cut it loose at 15 minutes and talk about it and do the last 15. Hold on.
Okay.
Going on, and a lot of these people who think this way. For him to say he don't feel a need to talk about these things is just utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. So anyway, I'm going to try not to interrupt, but I just wanted to. Oh my goodness. If I have to keep pausing the family, just bear with me because sometimes this stuff calls you to buffer. And trust me, oh my goodness, it really bothers the mind to see people who can't be fair when they talk about things. Okay, I'm going to read Donna Nichols' comment. She says she lives in the so-called black community or black neighborhood, and she says, and trust me, I've only had issues with my white neighbors. I tell somebody that when they have one of those sideways comments. I wanted to point out Donna's comment because she's been following the ministry for years, and she is white. Okay, she's in the truth. And so basically, you do have those who are able to speak up and tell the truth for what it is. You can tell the truth for what it is. I'm fully aware of how backwards things can be in some of our communities. But no one can try to paint us all with the same brush because not all of us are about what this man is talking about. Not all of us behave that way. Many of us will speak out against the things in our community. As a matter of fact, there are different organizations that have risen up. I like the one in Detroit. I think there's a couple in Detroit where they actually patrol the neighborhoods, and you can call them instead of calling the authorities. They will come and help to diffuse the situation. As a matter of fact, when a black dude did something to an old senior citizen in Detroit, those brothers took to the streets and they handled their business. See, they don't even want us to do that. We're trying to do it in righteousness to keep folk from having to be put to sleep permanently. Y'all hear what I'm saying? We try to deal with it a certain way, but they want to go in like Sean Grayson did and do what happened to Sonia Mason. They want to go in like that. They don't want to go in and try to diffuse anything. They want to go and try to end life. Thank you, Arlene Foster. New Era is one of them. And I believe there was another one. Was it one called Detroit 300 as well? Anyway, I know that there are a couple of, I guess for lack of a better term, vigilante groups. I remember years ago when we were considering buying a small apartment building in a rough area of Detroit, we contacted them to see what type of service they could provide, in the event that something happens with some of our tenants. So I'm glad to see it. I wish we could see more of the Detroit 300s and the New Era style groups coming up in the black communities so that these other folk can just leave us alone. because they are not fair. Ain't nobody gonna sit up and tell us who have dealt with this stuff that the system is fair. You can't tell us. You don't have that authority, in my opinion, to tell us, because we know the situations we've dealt with. We know the sideways viewpoint that people have. Remember the older lady in New York, I believe it was, years ago. She called them for help, and she was having some issues with one of her relatives. She's a senior citizen. And when she called them, they were aggressive with her too. They shoved her out of the way, and she fell and hit her eye on the doorknob, and it popped out of her head. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? So even calling them for help, they treat you aggressively. Had they went to the aid of a senior citizen white woman, I doubt very seriously if they would have thrown her so hard to where she would have fell and hit her eye on a doorknob. See, that's the stuff we're talking about. That's exactly what we are talking about. Anyway, let me finish playing this nonsense. I'm going to try to do this without starting it over.
Hey, I see that more prevalent in the black community than in the white community. In the white community, you see a bunch of thieves and white collar type stuff, and of course they assault each other and kill each other. Obviously, I mean that's human nature. But by and large, blacks are the more brutal group with assault and murders, actual homicides.
Okay, I have stuff. So he tapped on white collar. Because you think white collar. Of course they do a little bit of this and that, but by and large, blacks are the most brutal. Who the heck do these people think they are? Who do they think they are? Oh my, yeah, Sister Monster, I'm buffering too. I'm sitting back saying, oh my goodness. That would have me buffering too. That's why I had to stop it. Blacks are the most brutal, is what he says. This is why I say, can we tally that up worldwide? Can we go from continent to continent and get our tally from there? Not from this.
You stopped it? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. It stopped about maybe 20 seconds ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I had to put my my mute on.
Oh,
in
okay.
order so when the motorbike go through, it won't pick it up.
Oh, okay. I got you.
We're at the 15-minute mark. So, if you got any questions or any statement?
No, if you have, we can talk. Are we finished with the clip?
No, we got another.
No, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay.
I was just telling you it stopped.
Okay. So I just want to make a comment that these white folk, like we've been saying all along, on the previous shows and every show that might come up now, they have a hard time realizing they're the most violent motherfuckers on the planet. And then we're just talking about the tip of the iceberg. We ain't talking about the real deep shit. Like the Biden do, and you know what I mean? And all this eating of the adrenochrome and eating children, and what the Hollywood people need to do in order to become famous, and rappers need to do to become famous, you know what I mean? Or whatever singer. These people are the most ratchet, dirty, filthy, nasty motherfuckers that you could ever dream of. They have sex with each other in groups of 2, 5, 10, 15 people, eating the shit that they come out their ass, shitting on each other and urinating on each other, and drinking the piss vomiting it all up, the piss and the shit, and having sex in that motherfucker again. Now you ain't gotta believe me. It's called SCAT. SCAT. They had sex with sex dolls now in brothels, available at your nearest brothel. White guys who want to have a baby with a sex doll. They have sex dolls throughout all of Europe, where you can go and have sex with animals. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they're having sex with ants. Yeah. These motherfuckers, we ain't even talking about the tip of the iceberg, cuz.
Hey,
We ain't got there yet.
when you say ants, you make sure you include the uncles too.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. But these motherfuckers are dirty, man. They try to put on the air of sophistication, education, civilization, but they're none of that. They're the worst motherfuckers on the planet. Can you imagine you being in Europe with them being in control or whatever the case may be, and you walking under a 4-story building and somebody nasty ass is throwing shit and piss out the window? This is how they were living.
That's what started the plagues, which lasted hundreds of years. And going back to my point of maybe 2 videos ago, we had them on the ropes plenty of times, and the Moorish motherfuckers went in there and saved their asses. Gave them alcohol, gave them something called alcohol, which is called alcohol.
Yeah.
And tell them, wash your ass with this after you take a shower.
Right. And they drink
take
it
one every day.
They're not going to do that. They're even stopping taking baths right now.
They used to live in what was called kraals. That's the African word for it. Where you have your house, maybe 2 of your wives, one of your wives got a house on the left flank, another one got one on the right, and your animals are way off there in what was called a kraal. They changed the word to corral and lived with everybody in one compound.
And wherever they shouldn't fit, that's where they had their baby.
And they were fucking the animals too, and that's why they started getting smallpox and chicken pox and cow pox. And should we continue, or should we just let you know?
I'm going to add one more to that.
Please do.
You got to remember that these people were called wild men, with not hair all over their body, fur all over their body. And when you got fur, you got ticks. When you got ticks, you have diseases that come out of that. And when they came into our Holy Roman Empire in Western and Europe, throughout Europe, that's what basically killed us all. The Black Plague or the bubonic plague. They brought that shit in. But I'll continue on. We'll be right back.
And don't forget to mention the tails that they're born with.
Oh yeah. That. And you see that white woman with the tail on the front cover of my book. Yes, they do. Hold on, we'll be right back.
Family that animals did it. They know good. Okay, they said animals did it. I'm gonna just leave that right there and let y'all figure that one out. But they want to try to make it seem like animals did that when they know good and cotton picking well who did it, who took that brother out in the woods. They know who did it. See, those are the kind of things that they sweep under the rug, that they cover up. That's what they do. And so they want to try to point to the crimes that happen in the so-called Black community in the inner cities, while at the same time not looking at the world stage. If we take this thing from continent to continent to continent, that's me hitting on the table, y'all. If we go to South America, Canada, North America, if we go to Europe, if we go to Africa, we go to Australia, we can travel the globe. You can go to all of the little islands, to the Caribbean. You can go all over this world and take a tally on who did what. I guarantee you, what black folk do would pale in comparison. Go all over the planet. But see, they like to use these kind of talking points. This is why somebody came at him. For those of you just joining us, someone told him that he needs to start dealing with their issues and leave black issues alone. Right? That's what someone told him. And they were right in doing so, because for him to come to the conclusion that he don't feel the need to in his community, that shows you that there's something going on, that they cannot connect to the truth. Reprobate people cannot be the judges of the earth. This is why the Most High said that the saints are going to judge the earth, because you have people who don't know how to judge fairly or righteously. So anyway, here we go.
By far. So I mean, if you want to say that white people are thieves and black people are murderers, you know, I think I'd take that. To be honest with you, I'd rather have somebody steal something from me and leave me alive than put me in the ground right there. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just a difference of opinion, but that would be mine. And here's why I bring those black issues out. You'd be shocked at the amount of black. I know far more about the black community than most black people do. It's not even a close race. It's really not. Look at.
Okay, stop right there. Did dude just say he know far more about the black community than black folk do? Is that what he just said? Is that what we just heard? Okay. Thank you. Yahuwah is my hero said he is out of his cotton picking mind. Buffering, exactly. Mm, mm, mm. Now I want y'all to understand, he's gonna tell y'all that he lives mostly around so-called black folk. So you sitting up in the midst and you are observing what's happening in the black community from the comfort of your own home. Mm. That's right. G-Man says just his opinion, no factual information to back up what he stated. It trips me out when you have a person or a group of people who wants to say that they know more about us than we do ourselves. Oh my goodness. Whew, let me move on. I'm trying to. It was just so much of this stuff, y'all, that you feel like you got to stop every minute. But I'm going to try to let y'all go ahead and hear this stuff, because dude is tripping out right now. This is why they can't judge the earth. This is why the Most High says he's going to have to come and set the record straight. He is going to have to set the record straight, because men today cannot judge fairly and righteously. Now, when the Most High sets the record straight, I showed y'all in Isaiah, the 14th chapter, what did it say was going to happen? After the Most High set the record straight, it said the whole earth is going to break forth and sing you. They're going to be at peace and at rest. And I believe it was in Micah where they said that everybody's going to sit up under the fig tree and the vine and just relax, head tilted back, hands behind their head, like, that's what's going to happen when righteous people rule. But the reason why the earth is in shambles is because, like the Bible says in Job, it says the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. So those that are ruling the world right now, the Bible just told you, I don't even have to say it. He says the earth has been given into the hands of the wicked. So the people ruling right now have been classified or prophesied to be wicked. Who am I to say different? Of course, they think themselves to be righteous. This is why the dude is saying this stuff that he's saying. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
In the white community, you see a bunch of thieves and white collar type stuff, and of course they assault each other and kill each other. Obviously, I mean that's human nature. But by and large, blacks are the more brutal group with, assault and murders, actual homicides, by far. So, I mean, if you want to say that white people are thieves and black people are murderers, I think I'd take that, to be honest with you. I'd rather have somebody steal something from me and leave me alive than put me in that ground right there. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just a difference of opinion, but that would be mine. And here's why I bring those black issues out. You'd be shocked at the amount of black. I know far more about the black community than most black people do. It's not even a close race. It's really not. Look through the comments. I mean, you see black people commenting some really dumb stuff. That's a common thread through their community. And it's where a lot of the hate comes from. Let's be honest. There's misinformation, misunderstanding of information. And then you run into a white person like me that I'm not an appeaser of any kind of people, white people or black people. You know that. So for me I'm not the type of person that's just going to come alongside of black people and go, oh, it's okay. No. Let's talk about the freaking issues, man. I mean, it's okay. It's not going to win the day for you. It's really not, and I know that. I know it's not going to. And there's some answers out there. You don't want to hear them from me, so I'm not going to give you the answers. What I'm going to do is, I know a lot of people say I'm country and backwards and don't read, blah, blah, blah. But there's a good book out there I recommend. It's How to Win Friends and Influence People, right? So if you will read that book, so I didn't have to cut that. Didn't cut no information from it, but picking back up where we left off. In the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, you will discover that if you just give people enough information for them to adopt an idea as their own, they will adopt it as their own. If you try to give them the principle or the idea, they're very likely to go kick against it. So what I try to do is plant enough seeds in black people's mind to later in life, when they go through things and experience different things, they've got something there. You know what I'm saying? They've got something there in the back of their mind, even if it's just the word of this stupid old white boy. They'll come to your mind eventually, because what I'm telling you is true. Here's the thing. A lot of people come on and come against me or the things I say, but not one person has proven one single thing that I've said wrong. Not one single thing. And that's not a brag or a boast. That's just me saying I know the issues. That's why I'm speaking about it. That's why I'm talking about it. And here's why I'm talking about black issues. It's because in the white neighborhoods, you don't see white crimes being covered up. You just don't. People want to say, well, mass shooters and pedophiles and sexual assaults and things like that. You don't see white people covered. You might, back in the stick somewhere, you might find some backwards granny that's covering up for her grandson that's molesting some whatever, something like that, on odd occasion. But you, by and large, you're going to find white people going, that's a pedophile. He needs lead bullets. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't see that in the black community. You don't see that. What you see is a grandmother. I'll precondition it with this. Here's a black grandmother worried to call the cops, worried to let the police know, because in her mind, that's a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's another misnomer. But they won't call the cops when they know that it's their grandson picking up a gun and out there shooting and killing innocent people. You know what I'm saying? They'll hide it. They'll cover it up as opposed to revealing it. You don't find that in the white community. You don't find it as prevalent. Let me say that. People have a hard time defining those hard lines. So you don't find it as prevalent like in the white community as you do in the black community. You really don't. And I've been in both. I live in a black community. I don't have a white neighbor. Put it that way. Not one. They're all black. And I get along with them. They're country folks, man. We all get along. You know what I'm saying? It's a different thing. It's a whole different thing with country black people. It really is. I don't feel like they see me like other black folks do. It's a different thing. It really is. But that's why I speak on black issues. And you don't have the right to tell me not to speak on black issues. I heard somebody make the comment the other day that racism is white people being able to come on TikTok and say whatever they want. That's not racism. That's freedom of speech. What are you talking about? And that's the problem, is everybody wants to shut that truth up. They want to shut that silence down. And that's fine. You can do that. But you're going to have to do it with data, with information. You're not going to be able to do it with, well, because I said so, or, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't work like that. I'm not on here with because I said so. I'm on here with crime rates. I'm telling you that black men commit 55% of homicides. I'm telling you that black men commit 52% of assaults. And black juveniles about the same number. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's like the numbers are out there that blacks are violent. Something needs to be done about that, not the fact that I'm talking about it, right?
Consigue un correo electrónico profesional con GoDaddy. Imagina que recibes 2 emails.
Okay, so that's what they do. They slam you with their statistics, their data. This particular video had me buffering, but you know, this is what the Bible said. This was prophesied, y'all. Wasn't it prophesied? It says they would do stuff and find themselves not guilty. This is why he had a hard time trying to apply any type of guilt to his own people. They just pull these statistics out of thin air, throw them out there, and see what sticks to the wall. Everybody can really look at, open up their own eyes and see what's going on in the world. They want to focus on inner city, this, that, and the third. This is why you have that man who's trying to get in the White House right now. This is why you have him always talking about what's going on in Chicago. Always talking about what's going on in Chicago. But let's talk about what's going on worldwide. Let's talk about the unreported stuff that happens in their communities. Let's talk about that. But see, they don't want to. This man in this video wants to pretend like, oh, we deal with our issues in our community. And we know that that is not the truth. It is not the truth. It is not the truth. That's why the scripture actually says Satan is the father of all lies. Right? This man, I'm going to tell you right now, he is bearing false witness against the Black community. You want to sit back and look at what you look at and see what you see and want to say the Black community. He didn't say some, and he didn't say inner city. He's trying to make it seem like that's all of us. Of course, you're going to have certain things that happen in the inner city that may not happen in the country or may not happen in the suburbs. And then even within the inner city, there are certain areas or certain neighborhoods in the inner city that don't experience the stuff that this man is talking about. But again, they like to paint us with one brush. But notice with the guy who they allege did what he did to Mr. Trump. We tell y'all something. Notice they called him a lone wolf. They called him a lone wolf. They like to say that kind of stuff when they're dealing with their people who do these tripped out things. Oh, he's just a lone wolf. It has nothing to do with the greater community. Has nothing to do with a lot of us. He's just a lone wolf. One person, one crime, moving right along. But again, this is why the saints have to judge the earth. And when I'm talking about the saints, I'm talking about those who have been redeemed of the Most High, those who are a part of the called out assembly, those who walk and live in righteousness. Those who walk and live in righteousness. One thing I wanted to say about his stats, and y'all got to keep this in mind. Remember that if a person is mixed race, they usually attach mixed race crime to so-called Black people. Now, if a person is half and half, how is it fair that you tally those numbers? That's because of that one-drop rule law that they came up with. The one-drop rule that they came up with is why they will say that the crimes of a mixed person falls into the Black category. Anyway, y'all. Anyway. I'm done with this. I just wanted to share this nonsense, this foolishness. And remember, somebody came and questioned him and made a statement to him, should I say. They said that he needs to, deal with what his own folk do and stop talking about what we do. Instead of you trying to focus on BOB crime, you need to talk about wow crime. If you do a international Bob crime versus wow crime, which is white on white, it would be no comparison at all. Shalom to Brother Zion Law School. I'm going to read his comment here. It says, his stats may or may not be true. More importantly, he failed to discuss the intentional socioeconomic conditions the government and corporations intentionally create that cause people to commit crimes. Thank you for weighing in on that, brother. Thank you. Thank you for weighing in on that, because that's very important. On this channel, I've often spoke about the stumbling blocks, and the scripture tells us that that would happen too, that they do have stumbling blocks that they have cast before our people. So of course you can sit up and run your mouth about what's going on, but until you discuss how the guns got in Chicago, they want to talk about what's going on in Chicago, but how did those very expensive high-power weapons get in Chicago? There have been those who said they've seen men with tinted windows, official-looking vehicles, pulling up, dropping off boxes of high-power, expensive weapons in the dark alleys under the cover of night. Talk about that. And as Barbara says in the chat, the strange fruit, we can attach that to y'all too. Now, don't tell me that the Black community are the only ones who do cover-ups. Whenever we find or we hear about some strange fruit hanging from somewhere, as soon as y'all get there, you immediately say that it was self-inflicted. You can't even be honest about it. You're not fair about it. You cover it up. So when I hear a person like him try to make these comparisons and try to throw out statistics, it blows the mind. It causes you to buffer, because he spoke no truth at all, and then got the nerve to say nobody has been able to prove him wrong. See, that's the problem. They always want you to try to prove something in order to get to the truth or get to the facts. Even with this whole reparations bit, they want you to try to prove that you are descended from slaves. And I said, my last name is my proof. I didn't come over here with this name. That's my proof. But they want you to come up with paperwork, and they know good and well that we wouldn't be able to prove nothing. We can't prove it with that. But again, these are the little things that they come up with to try to keep you from getting to what's rightfully yours. This is why the Most High is going to have to do it. Because we are dealing with reprobate people who are not truthful, who are filled with wickedness and dirt off for the children of the Most High. That's what we're dealing with. Deshaun says, but if we do show them the truth, they don't want to believe it. Anyway, exactly. I don't believe they're naive, though, brother. I don't believe they're naive. I think they are doing this on purpose. I think they're doing it on purpose. They try to pretend to be naive. I don't know anything about that. So think about Trump, how he said he's not real familiar with the case of Sonia Massey, right? But then he went into all these details. You just contradicted yourself in the same statement. You said you're not too familiar with the case of Sonia Massey. Then you came to blew out all this information about it. You knew exactly what we were talking about, dude. You knew exactly. Father, have mercy on our minds, because We are literally forced to have to process all of this because we are going through it and living through it in real time. So we're forced to have to process it all. This is why I pray to the Most High for peace in our minds. This is why Watchman and I went on a 3.5-day sabbatical to pull ourselves away from this stuff for a while and to do some fasting and some praying and get some just quietness. And I even pray, I say, Father, help us to deal with this stuff. I know we can't ignore it. The word says, be not ignorant of Satan's devices. We have to keep waking our people up. We have to. But in all of this, Father, give us peace and shalom in our spirits as we continue to bring forth the truth and the evidence and the receipts of the kind of people we are dealing with. We are dealing with an unrepentant, reprobate nation. So, beloveds, I am done with this. I do plan to come before you later on today, most high willing. But until the next live or the next video, family, I want you all to stay prayed up. Continue to share these things with us. We appreciate it. If you're connected on Facebook, share it there. If not, you can send things to us at our email, contact@watchmanreports.com. But until later on, family, please stay prayed up.
All right. Hold on. We got this one. This is the cream of the crop here with this fool, Joseph Cohen. I'm just praying that he's gonna be dumb enough to come on my show or invite me on his, because I want to send this video to Mark Lamont Hill to challenge his ass again, and to Charlie Cook and see what happened. But what are your thoughts about this?
I'm gonna dispel crime for all of us. Anybody listening, whether it be 50,000 years from now or right now at this moment, as far as black on black or white on white. First of all, you do your dirt where you live or within a mile or two of that. Meaning, if you murder people, more than likely the people you're murdering are going to look just like you and probably close to you. And when I say close, I don't just mean family and close friends. I'm talking about neighbors, people you work with, people you hang out with, regardless of where you're from. Okay, so with that said, let's do a proportionate thing and show you how whites commit either the same amount or just as much, just as much or maybe a little over what we do, but how it gets hidden in a word called proportionality. Meaning you could have a neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York, that's mostly melanated and have 150,000 people in it. And 20 people get murdered there in a year, and a neighborhood with 30,000 where 5 people get murdered there a year. And if you do the proportion, the percent level would be higher in the white neighborhood than in the black neighborhood. But because it's big and they need to taint it and it has more people, you get the impression that it's a killing field because of the number and not the proportionality to the number. Do you get what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that said, and then you look back in history, and you had alluded to this earlier, my brother. When you look back in history, world wars are crimes against humanity. They happen all over the world. The last one, even though you didn't look at it as a war, it was though. It was against the World Economic Federation, against all y'all niggas, including crackers who don't think that they get into this shit, when they gave your ass a snake bite and you took it and said that they forced you in order to keep your job. You could have got fired and found another way to make money. They ain't forced you to do shit. Forcing you is putting a gun to your head and saying, okay, we're going to kill you after we kill your family in front of your face if you don't take this. That's forcing. Okay, so let me dispel that as far as crime is concerned. We can look at one or the other. They did this in Australia and New Zealand, by the way. Forced people at gunpoint to take these snake bites. Okay, now, so with that said, racial white supremacy, the system that is now in the process of shutting down soon, and you can see it in many different ways, is the cause of practically all the crime, because before desegregation happened in earnest, crime was not out of control in our neighborhoods. There was crime. Don't get it twisted. People poor. They're going to break in houses. They're going to get hooked on a drug or whatever that they bring in. Like she said, with the weapons, the same thing. They are the causes of crime, and the police control it. And when you get a little out of your britches and you ain't made the last month payment, okay, we're going to come see you now because you ain't paying up, and we got to arrest kind of one or two of y'all to make it seem like we really doing something. Keep your boys in check, because we got to go upside their head. You ain't going to like it. You know what I'm saying? So that the crime basically comes from racist white supremacy, because there was a time in our life where you could go to your neighbor and they know you got kids and they know you're going to get your money in a few days. So they're going to give you a few eggs and some bread so you could make your kids some sandwiches at night. You ain't got to rob or go steal at the store, nothing like that. There was a time, as long as you ain't hooked on drugs, who in front you something for your children, even if they don't really like each other. It's like, this for the kids, man. Ain't got nothing to do with me. That's the right thing to do. Period. Forget about liking and loving and all that. We're not all gonna get along. We're not monolithic. And again, you know, if you want to talk about the administration, as far as that's concerned, we saw that with Biden when he signed the crime bill in '94, and his son wound up being the biggest crackhead ever in the world. When you think of black youth getting high, or what, at least when I do, I think of 5 of them in a circle, probably with a bottle of liquor of 2 and 5 or 6 blunts moving around. When I think of white people getting high, I think of them doing that, and they're middle class living in the suburbs somewhere, like how the movie Traffic went. They getting high on drugs, they're not weed and alcohol. They fentanyl. They still dying in record numbers of fentanyl. I'm gonna let you have it, brother. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you're right. Yeah, are you done with your comment, or if you're not done, continue?
No. Okay. What else did I have to say? I'm gonna go back to the previous video where that letter-looking person was saying that, you know, we all black. That video, because black people have melanin, and then he called it sunblock. That is the worst thing you could ever say. Sunblock is one of the most poisonous things you could ever put on your body. That's like, it's almost like the composition of it, probably on a formulaic level, is probably lead, because lead is the only thing that can deny sunlight, and it can't do that forever, but it can for some time. And what I'm saying is, your melanin is basically you absorbing the sunlight receptors in you, and it activates you. And that's where you get your superpowers from. So, you know, for him to have called it sunblock mean he really don't understand what it is. In school in the United States, they taught us that melanin was nothing but pigmentation, and that's all it does. And that's why if you live in the sun areas, you're darker than somebody who lives in the Arctic or somewhere where there's long winters and short summers, and you avoid the sun, which is vampirism. You only come back. That's what they doing, bro. Yo, I've seen people that I met today go somewhere, and 15 minutes later, I see them again, and they fucking look like they burnt in the motherfucking fryer.
Yeah.
I don't know this motherfucker from nowhere, but I know I saw you pass about 15 minutes ago, and you was pale as shit. And now, And you know, it wasn't long. I'm still in the same place. You came back 20 minutes later, and your shit is rosy.
And they talking about their skin is superior. I bet.
They could be superior all they want.
Well, let me take this back. Let me take that back. White people are superior to us. They are.
They're superior they're superior at being inferior.
They're superior by being stupid, ignorant, foolish, dumb, uncivilized. They beat us in all that shit.
Basically, the system of white supremacy, the flip side of it, the flip side of the same pancake, I call it narcissism, bro. And too many of us are narcissists too. We got to focus on the ones of us that we got to get rid of before we start talking about that white boy. Because the sun's going to do it, bro. We're not going to have to do anything to them physically. Most of them. Let's say most. Let's say most.
You know that the son of the Hamas guy, he turned on his own people. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're right. You got to do your own in-house cleaning. And,
bro,
and
these solar
flares, the internal enemy.
These solar flares, is activating us and killing them. There's a guy I watch on YouTube. His name is Kalai Moon Ma'ra, something like that. And he says the UVC levels, he calls it UVC A, B, C, and he says when you talk about UVC D, which is penetrating in the ground. So even if you're in a bunker where you get no daylight and you living like a vampire for 20 years, that shit's still gonna hit you. There's no escape, brother. Those rays are going into the ground and deep into the ground, not just on the surface level.
Right.
They don't have no escape, bro. They don't want to hear that right now. Yo, people that I've been friends with for years are like, you know, like, yo, what's going on with you? Like, I've been posting these dudes. What are you talking about? And they've been saying this since I've been posting them. You looking at them more now, or it means something different because we in that time, and they know it.
I've seen Brother Elijah, where tomatoes that growing in the field are being cooked by the sun, literally cooked. So you can imagine what it's doing to people who have no melanin, fucking them up. Let's go on to the last video. Not the last, well, next to the last video, because the last one is only 6 minutes. This one is 12. So we're gonna come run them concurrently, and then we'll talk about them. We'll be right back.
Ask him. There you go. Chili chili for Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Ask him what he thinks of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Ask him. There you go. Don't ask him. You call Netanyahu a pig and you lick the boots of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. You call Netanyahu a pig and you lick the boots of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Daeshi dog. Okay, well, we kept you all night. Daeshi dog. Keep barking. Ya khallab. And so Hollandi, yeah. He's the biggest So for the Jewish people and the Bnei Israel alone are bound by these laws. If you're not Jewish, you don't have to keep all the dietary laws, the purity laws. The children of Israel. So if I had a child who dishonors me, hear me out. Listen. You guys are very good. And so, because we take so seriously the commandments, it's important to know who is bound by them. Because if you're not bound by them, you don't need to. And the only way, as I established before, of knowing with absolute certainty whether you belong to Am Yisrael, the people of Israel, the children of Israel, is through your mother. Today, with modern genetics, it's different. But historically, the only way of knowing which tribe you belong to with absolute certainty is the mom. So if you had a Jewish mother, you know that you're not meant to eat bacon. You know that you're not meant to do all of the different laws that the Jewish people keep. These are the laws that are bound on the Jewish people alone.
Okay,
and so
you made a point. Said
I made a lot of points.
modern genetics is changing. So it's not about the mother, but it's the genetics that's being shown in 23andMe, right? Or whatever those things. So it's showing as a positive, it's a huge line for me that I'm from that seed that you're talking about, right?
No, just kidding.
Okay. So because it's showing that modern genetics and modern medicine is showing that I am from that line that you're speaking about, but my ancestors chose correctly to follow the Gentile prophet. But I still have that promise that you were talking about. And I am upkeeping, I'm not eating pork, I'm not drinking, I eat the kosher food. So
inshallah,
where's my promise? And again, I don't have a problem with Judaism, but I have a problem with Zionism. Zionism is the one who's blocking me from my birthright.
If you truly,
that's like saying ISIS and Muslims are the same. It's not. Zionism is the ISIS of Judaism. They're not the same. I'm sorry.
So, if you truly are the seed of Israel,
That's one point.
They're all part of the IDF.
then listen to this dog. This is a Daeshi dog. This guy cheerleads for Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. This guy is a pig, a butcher, a Daeshi dog who will burn in Jahannam with his heroes.
God is saying, hey, listen. In their own book,
definitely. I have many. He is going to have a Muslim friend. I have many Muslim friends. Just not in the park. Yeah, no, I know. They did not take it as their name, but I was just saying. No, I didn't take a picture. Can you take a Jew as a friend? Sorry? Can you take a Jew as a friend?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. His name is Abishai. He's from Israel.
Alhamdulillah, akhi. May you only know goodness.
Calm down.
Okay. This guy. Okay, we'll leave the Daeshi dog to bark in the background, and we'll go back to the grown-up. The grown-ups. No, I mean literally cheerleaders for Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Ask him what he thinks of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Ask him. There you go. You call Netanyahu a pig and you lick the boots of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. You call Netanyahu a pig and you lick the boots of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Daeshi dog. Daeshi. Back to Syria with your heel. Quiet.
I'm sorry about this. This is not the discussion.
I know.
The discussion is very simple.
Back in the room. Grown-ups are in the room.
I have that physical proof that you talked about with genetics that I am a child of Israel and my ancestors are Muslim, so I want my birthright.
Let me give you the answer.
It's like a lot of Christians about go test them all. See how many of them have that.
Akhi, if you ask questions, you got to come on camera. You can't hide behind the mechitza like we had the debate where the women are and shout over. You have to come in to the room. He's literally saying he is. That's the whole argument. The whole argument is he's saying he is my brother. Yes. Or not just Yehuda, all. So for instance, yeah.
بني آدم حرية، بني إسرائيل حرية، منهم يهود ومنهم نصارى ومنهم
you haven't got the looks, Akhi. Look at the beards.
Israel is not a name that you should be
Ibrahim alayhi salam. We've got great granddad.
They named the land after our Muslim prophet. Israel is not somebody you should hate or hurt when you hear the name. You should hate Zionism. You should hate their oppression.
So I'm a Zionist stood in front of you. Let's go there.
Never insult the name of Israel. He's a Muslim prophet. That's our prophet. You understand that? I don't like Zionism. Zionism has their issues, but nobody should ever support Zionism, and I'm sorry about this. But when it comes to the name of Israel, we should show respect. It's Saudi Arabia, the land of Muhammad, named after Prophet Muhammad, and they become very oppressive. Do we insult the name Muhammad? Never. So why are we insulting the name Israel? Israel is a Muslim prophet. He is from the same stature as Abraham, Muhammad, Jesus, David. Why would we insult that name?
These people got nothing to do with it.
This is Zionism.
It's got nothing to do with it.
That's the point. Keep going. It's not about. Yeah, I'm proud to be a child of Israel because Israel was a Muslim.
But I'm not a Zionist, I'm not a Jew, I'm not a Christian. I believe in the Quran and I follow the Gentile prophet like I was ordered to. But it doesn't, I hate when people make songs in Arabic. Oh, I hate Israel. What are you hating, bro? You're hating the name of a messenger from. Hey, look, if I name my kid after Muhammad, when I'm insulting the name Muhammad, I'm still insulting the person who carried that name. They named their state after our prophet. Our prophet, their prophet.
They're stealing our prophets now. They're trying to take our land and our prophets. Never.
He's a submitter to God. He submitted Israel to God. He didn't associate nothing to God. God showed him a lot of favors. He's in Arabic a Muslim prophet. Muslim in Judaism or Hebrew. Sorry. How do you say Muslim in Hebrew?
It's Muslim name.
No. That's your translation. How would you say someone who submitted his will to God? So Muslim in English is a submitter. Jacob, Israel submitted himself to God. So how would you say that in Hebrew?
So I want to clarify one thing. One of the things that happens every single time we have these conversations is that people will come along and say that David wasn't Jewish. He wasn't Beni Israel. He was a Muslim. He was 100%.
But he was a submitter to God. So look, the people with Moses, Moses was a prophet. He was the seal.
I don't want to put you on the spot because I think you believe the same thing that I believe, and I think most of the people here don't. So I don't want to lose.
Let me clarify from a Muslimic point of view. So Moses himself, right, is a child of Israel.
On the modern, I pray 3 times a day. No, hear me out. I pray 3 times a day to the Creator, to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. I keep the dietary laws. I try to be a good Jew. I try to follow the laws that were given to Musa alayhi salam at Sinai, at Mount Sinai. Okay. Am I a Muslim? And I reject Muhammad as a prophet. No. Many reasons.
What you were told now is the Yahud. This is the people Ladina had. Let me explain. So when Moses is the prophet at the time, so he was in the same stature as Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam when he was in Mecca. The people that believed with Moses were Muslims. Those are the people following the prophet, following the commandments of God. When Moses and Aaron passed away and the people made their assumptions, those people became the Jews. That's the Jewish religion. And when Jesus came down, Jesus started preaching. The people that believed with him were called Muslims, believers. That's the actual definition. They're following the prophet of the time. When Jesus went to God, the people that came up with the concept that Jesus is the Son of God, those are the Christians. So the people that walked with Moses and those are Muslims, guys. That's submitters. They saw the miracles of God and submitted and followed the truth. When Prophet Muhammad came, that's where the believers have to be. You have to believe in the prophet of the time. There is no prophet after Prophet Muhammad, so you have to, if you are truly a seed of Israel, recognize the truth that came to you through Prophet Muhammad, because it came to you in your books, and follow the truth.
And it did not come to us in our books. That's we can go there if you want, but it's a different
Prophet Muhammad's name's in your book.
Well, where?
Solomon, Sons of Solomon. Muhammad.
We go here. It's not Muhammadim.
Muhammadim.
And what you're basically saying is multiple Muhammads. It makes no sense as you read it.
Ibrahim. So God always, when He's talking about Prophet Muhammad, He talks to Ibrahim in the same way. What?
When you say Elohim, you mean multiple gods.
Bara Elohim,
He's saying is that plural gods?
Does that mean? Yeah, God says three.
Is it multiple gods?
No, it's one. It's out of a respect. Put them on the stature of multiple. So when I go to judge, I can say, like we can't.
I'm going to let you into a little secret. So you mentioned Ibrahim, and Im is plural. In Hebrew, it's Avraham, and Am is people. It's like it's not Ibrahim. It's not an Im in Hebrew.
I'm talking from when it came to Arabic. When it came to Arabic, how does it sound to you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it says in Arabic. The Torah was not given to the Jewish people in Arabic. The Torah was given to the Jewish people in Hebrew.
Is Elohim multiple gods?
No, of course not. Of course,
Elohim.
Elohim. I agree, but I'm saying Abraham. Okay, you're just changing your argument. That's fine. So Ibrahim, all I'm saying, can we agree that Ibrahim is not a Hebrew word?
No, it isn't. Abraham is not the way you would say it in Hebrew.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But is it from the same root?
I don't. What does
Arabic and Hebrew?
So Abraham means basically the father of my people, and the other word it comes from is the father of people. What's it mean? Yeah, but Am his people. So it's the same thing. In Hebrew, Goy's nation, Am his people.
Yeah, let's talk about Israel Palestine. Yeah. Okay. جزاك الله خيرا. Sorry.
They're done. So what is there to talk about? We just gotta wait on that.
Okay, who wants to discuss? I'm just going to start recording.
We're gonna do the last one, and this guy, Joseph Cohen, is a joke. Ain't no motherfucking way he can be the seed of Abraham. These people are psychotic. But we're gonna go on to the next one, and that'll be a wrap.
Yeah, so I'm looking through my comments right now, right? I got my good brother Ocelot, giving me some props on my day, playing basketball and just going live. And then unfortunately we get haters. We get evil ass demons, punk ass people, right? Prejudiced, racist fools, ignorant, brainwashed people, pro black supremacists, right? Let me read what she says. Well, I don't even know if it's a woman. It better be a woman. I hope a man ain't acting like this, because he's acting very, very childish and womanish. Sharifa, that's what I'm saying, the woman, because I think the name is Sharifa. I don't know, it's a male name though. Sharifa Brown says, "Stop encouraging this nonsense." What nonsense are you talking about, man? I'm just showing you my day, my morning. I was playing basketball, and I was saying hi to everybody. What nonsense are you talking about? That's how much hate people have. That's how much childish, ignorant behavior people practice on a daily. Why do you got to come to my live to tell one of my supporters, like a real supporter, real good person, like Ocelot, to not encourage me? Like, encourage what? She says this man is not one of our people. What are people? Who? Crayon color? Is that what you are? You crayon color? With no history, you don't know who you are. You don't know any of your fourth grade grandparents. A lot of you black folks are real ignorant. And a lot of you, when people like this say something, act all racist and prejudiced towards others, you guys just turn the other cheek. You don't check them. Well, I'm going to check them. I don't care if they so-called black, so-called Latino, so-called Chinese, so-called white man, so-called whatever, man. If you come with disrespect and you acting childish, you're gonna get a backlash here. You're gonna get embarrassed. You don't represent everybody, Sharifa. You're just showing how foolish and how childish you are here. Everybody who reads this is gonna see how ignorant you are. Nobody agrees with you here. Our people, man. What do you mean? Black European? Yeah, definitely not our people. Moorish from Iberia, black Irish. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? Our people? Then she continues saying, "He will be someone's servant when we come back to our lands." I'm gonna be someone's servant. Our land. Who's we? We who, man? You don't even know all your fourth grade grandparents. I'll embarrass you if you come on my channel. Contact me, Sharifa Brown. Come on my channel. I'll embarrass you. You don't even know who all your fourth grade grandparents. You don't know anything about your history. Thinking everything's about crayon color. She says, "Do not encourage this behavior." And then she says, she's trying to tell homeboy Ocelot, who knows true history, who I helped with his genealogy. I did his genealogy. We found incredible things in his genealogy. And he looked just like me, almost as light as me. He's almost as light as me, or as light as me. And she's over here thinking he's so-called black. You see how dumb she is, or he? See how dumb she is? Or she's assuming she can't see his complexion, so you cool. You cool with Ocelot, right? If you only knew what he looked like, you wouldn't even be over here trying to talk to him. And trust me, if you said that in front of him, he would check you and embarrass you, man. Check you and embarrass you. What did I tell her? She's saying, his people brought Jesus to our people. Oh, really? My people brought Jesus? My people went that chorotega. Those people didn't know nothing about no Jesus, man. And then my other conquistador ancestors, they were Sephardic Jews and Moors. They weren't talking about no Jesus. Sephardic Jews, crypto Jews, and Moors, Muslims. They weren't talking about no Jesus. But I'll tell you, like I answered her, who was a so-called black man? Who brought Jesus over here? Holy Roman Emperor Charles V was a black man. He was a Negro. Holy Roman Emperor Charles V was a black man. Talking about somebody bringing Jesus over here. All these Baptists and Methodists and African Methodist churches, who do you think started all that stuff? When the Huguenots were coming over here evangelizing people in Florida and the Southeast, who was that? You think that was the white man? Huguenots were so-called black. Protestants were so-called black. The Irish, all these people were bringing Christianity over here, were so-called black. You ain't ready to put the blame on the right people because you ain't ready for that. You ain't ready to accept that, Sharifa. You don't know me, and you're ignorant to come here and try to talk crap on a live I did that has nothing to do with what you're talking about on my Saturday, on my Shabbat, trying to ruin somebody's day. All you did was make yourself look ignorant, childish, foolish, racist, prejudiced. Yeah, I hope the Most High deals with you. Like I said, you're a wicked, racist, prejudiced punk. Just like you like to judge, Most High is going to judge you. So the Most High knows who I am and knows my heart. You're not welcome here, you demon. And anybody you represent, anybody that thinks like this person, you hearing me right now? You're a racist, prejudiced punk. But never say that in front of my face. And you will be judged. You think you're so holy, will be judged. And you guys ain't ready to accept the truth that it was black Europeans that brought Jesus. Black Europeans, Negro Europeans, black Europeans brought Jesus, not the so-called white man. Y'all ain't ready for that. A lot of you ain't ready for that. Get out of my channel. You're gonna get hidden right now. You ain't welcome here, you demon. None of you demons are welcome here. I'm gonna go back to my lovely Shabbat. My lovely Shabbat and give thanks. I'm gonna give thanks to the Most High that I'm not as ignorant as these people. And I'm gonna give thanks to the Most High that there is good people out there that support me. I just wish you guys spoke out more when stuff like this happens. All skinfolk ain't kinfolk. Don't be fooled. All skinfolk ain't kinfolk. And Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor of the Catholic Empire, was a black man. Black folks brought Jesus.
All right, you heard it from my man. That's my boy going in. Karimio Ahau. Hold on, let me get on out of here, and then we'll wrap it up. And I'll let you go in first, and I'll get up out of here.
Okay.
I'm real tired now.
Yeah, well, we're over 4 hours already. Well into the fourth hour. It's all right though. I'm all right. I came an hour late though, so I can't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't. I can't be a complainer. But real talk, as far as going to the first video, not the first of the show, but the first before that one.
Right.
It is of my opinion, and it could almost be said factually. If we're going to go back into crime, Zionism, not Judaism. We have to understand something. At the end of the day, Jews are not an ethnic group. The Jewish are an ethnic group. And remember, the original Jews are from a place called Judea. Okay? They got chased out in 70 AD by the Jewish for the first time. Okay, so now let's dispel that. Now, getting back into the second video. Very interesting. I believe in this show, all we're doing is reiterating what's already been said in different ways and compiling it to let y'all know that this is the end of the show. You can believe it. You don't have to. I mean, what more can they do really at this point other than outright just kill you? They gave you a snake bite. I saw a video. I posted it on my page earlier, brother. I have to talk about this. Some lady says she went somewhere in New York City and she was behind a migrant person that bought something. I don't know where. She didn't say the name of the store or what type of store or what have you. And the person left their receipt in the till that you grab it from nowadays. With most people swiping cards, the receipt comes out and the person at the cash register can grab it, or you can, or you just leave it there and the next person see it, they get it with their receipt. If they want their receipt, they throw yours away and move on. Anyway, she was behind somebody that happened to have left their receipt. So when she got a hold of it, she saw on their personal account, it had almost $5,000 on it, and on their EBT, over $13,000. A migrant that didn't know English was having problems speaking with the cash register person because they wasn't Latino. So, bro, how hard is it to believe, knowing that one factoid and knowing others, whether you agree with what we're saying or not? What else are they doing that's behind our back? Yo, imagine a person that never paid a dime in tax, never been in the military, never wiped your mother or grandmother's ass, getting way more cake than you could ever get, and they ain't doing nothing to get it. And they staying in great hotels. Oh, man. What else are they doing, brother? I'm done. You can talk now.
Yeah, this leads to what we've always been known to know. White folks don't know how to run shit. They run it into the ground. And then they stand back and hear and haw and whine and moan. This is what they do. Look at this world we're living in. Fucked up. Everything that's right is wrong, wrong is right. Justice is injustice, injustice, justice. White folks are fucked up. These pale-skinned children of ours are dumb than a motherfucker. They're not smart, they're not wise, they're not understanding of nothing. And since they are nothing, then it's important for us to realize that as people of color, and I'm talking about all people of color throughout the world, that we just need to put our foot on their motherfucking neck and get rid of them. Sure, their birth rate is down. It's like with the Jews, it's way down now. And as hold on, let me see here. I think I sent this to you. Hold on. I want to make sure I cover everything. There was oh, here it is. Can you see that?
Not yet. I don't see nothing.
Oh, hold on. No, I got to put it back on the thing. Oh, let me do that. So now what we're going to look at is what WEF is all about.
What's that word you used? What WEF? You said WEF?
Yeah, the WEF. Yeah, can you see that?
World Economic Forum.
Yeah. So it says WEF memo reveals plan to depopulate the world of 1 billion white people by 2030. I rest my case. You know what I mean? They taking that shit and went with it and don't want to pay nobody no attention. Black folks know what's up. We know the deal. We know what's really going on. And yeah, go ahead.
I don't even think there are 1 billion white people on the earth, brother.
No, but I'm just saying, right?
Yeah. According to their stats, I'm saying.
Yeah, they getting their asses up out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. When is that article? Please send that article to me and inbox me, please. That article in particular.
I think I seen it on X. I'm gonna get up in the morning and then send it to you. But I'm roasted now.
Hey, bro. Hold on 1 second. Before we go, you have to. I'm going to ask you to talk about it. I hope you heard about it. 2.9. You might as well say 3. 2.9 trillion wiped out of the stock market yesterday.
No, I didn't hear that.
Look it up and put it up on your screen if you don't believe me.
Hold on.
Please. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh shit.
You thought I was playing, right?
No, I mean they're saying that due to the to all the gold that's coming back into America, our old system is going to be done and over with, and the new system, the natural gas, is going to be kicking in. So this is what the whole thing is all about. All of this goes away, and the new market comes in and do what needs to be done. So I guess it looked like it's. Hold on, let me see what this is. 2.9 trillion wiped from stock in a day as recession fears mount. The stock market is bearing the brunt of recessionary concerns in the United States, with most equity registering significant sell-off, particularly in a staggering blow to the market. 2.9 trillion was wiped from stocks in the early trading hours of August the 2nd. So that was 2 days ago. August the 2nd, amid mounting fears of a global recession. Anybody that want to take a look at that, you can. Let's see. Microsoft, Nvidia plunged by, that's not much, 5%
heard another.
respectively.
I heard another rumor. I didn't look this one up though. That said that Amazon is going to get rid of half of its people.
Wow.
Across the board, not half the management staff, half the staff. Period.
Right. Oh, here we go. Amazon taking a massive hit, dropping 11%. Tesla, a notable decline of 2%. Financial sector also saw major losses, with J.P. Morgan down 1.2%. Berkshire Hathaway by 1.45%. Hey, well, it's gonna be it's only paper money. It's only paper, not paper money, but paper losses, which it can come back. So
you know about Executive Order 138/18?
Yeah. I think you're getting into two. People ain't gonna be relating to that. Well, we'll talk about that later. But let me wrap this up and give my forethought to the last two videos. This is for you, Joseph Cohen, and Charlie Kirk. I dare you funky asses to have me on your show, because I'm gonna blow your shit out. I'm gonna rake you across the coals of truth and burn you alive with the lies that you have been telling. Please have me on your show, or come on my show. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. I'm not gonna do anything to you. I'm just gonna reveal the truth as to what you really are. You can't be white and be a Jew. You can be what I believe you are, a Gentile faking like you are one. There ain't no motherfucking way in the world you're gonna convince me to tell me that anybody that got any sense of history that you are of the tribe of Judah. You are the son of Abraham. Stop fooling yourself, Joseph Cohen. You're not fooling me, you're fooling yourself. You're not lying to me, you're lying to yourself. And your damn mama and your damn daddy ain't shit.
What of the argument that Muhammad was a black man?
The black, and everybody who would think that somehow, some way, this black as coal man, Prophet Muhammad, was somehow white. That don't even compute. That don't even compute. So shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, and grab my hand, because I'm taking your black ass. Black means without color, your black ass to school. If you dare to challenge me, I'll be the happiest true Jew that you will ever want to meet. I dare you to come on my show, The Lion's Den, and do a straight talk interview with me. There's no need to hoop and holler, yell and scream, do all that. We can be respectful. But I'm going to give you all the disrespect that you deserve by claiming my people's history. You deserve that, Joseph. You deserve to be knocked upside your head with this hammer of truth until you say what needs to be said. I am not a real Jew. Elon Pape says it. Mika Palet says it. Chomsky said that you guys are not real Jews. And to top it all off, Benjamin Freeman, motherfucker. You ever seen that goddamn 2-hour video or a 30-minute video? He's telling you, you motherfucking ain't never had not one toenail.
Brother, too many of them have said it. But
you know, I'm just putting this motherfucker on the spot if he sees this video, because I'm gonna make damn sure he sees it and put his name right there on the spot, right there on the X thing, and really come at him and tell Mark Lamont Hill to have me on the show with this motherfucker. If
you know
that
ain't gonna happen, brother. That is not going to listen. The best one that exposed them and nobody ever talks about it to this day was a lady called Helen Thomas. You remember her?
Yeah.
She was a White House correspondent for like 50 years.
Yeah.
Watergate, all that crazy shit from back in the 70s and early 80s and all that. You know, Iran-Contra scam and all that shit that happened with Reagan and Bush and all them motherfuckers in the 80s. Okay. A reporter asked her at an Obama campaign meeting, or I don't know, something Obama was officiating. And at that time, like now, but maybe not as hot as it is now, it wasn't an actual war. It probably was a hot time between Hamas or the PLO back then and Israel. And she said, yeah, this is, you know, they were like, yeah, it's a shame what's happening in the Jewish state of Israel with Hamas and them fighting Hezbollah, whatever group there was at the time. And she said, oh, they need to go back home. He's like, where should they go? She said, Georgia, to the Ukraine, that part of Russia where they came from. And over 50 years of service to the White House, she was slowly canned. I think 2 weeks later, her job was done. She probably knew as soon as she got back to the office, like, yo, you got to come in here on Monday morning and holler at us. She already knew what it was.
Yeah, they for the most part, they know, man. But a lot of us don't know the true history of our people. You know what I mean? So look at this, what I just put up here. It says, why did they persecute me so? This is the white man. And that's the ocean of blood of every person of color that he done fucked around. So now that he done fucked around, he about to find out what this really is, shit is all about. His kids, baby, mama, daddy, grandma, grandpa, any motherfucker, all these bitches that are still living. And these motherfuckers are still the ones that are part of the original Nakba in 1948. They have yet to be prosecuted. They're sitting up there laughing and giggling and having a good time and knee slapping and how they done raped and fucked and men and women and babies and shit and killing them and stabbing them. Do you understand what I'm telling you? These motherfuckers are psychopaths.
When I first started going to back in the days, what they used to call lectures, you know, in New York City, when I started cutting my teeth on this kind of information, it was estimated back then. I'm talking well into the mid 90s. So almost 30 years in this shit doing this. Right. And it was estimated at that time that white supremacy in all of its forms has killed over 1 billion people.
Damn.
That's a hard thing to do, man.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of people.
Yes.
Oh, let me get rid of this. Yeah, that's a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me read this. This is Gamal Nasser.
Yep.
When he was asked about peace in the Middle East, the late president of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, stated, "The Jews would never be able to live here in peace because they left here black but came back white." There's another one to talk about the Jerusalemite family. That in that little meme, it was saying that the only people that can build the temple are black and brown Jews, not the fake ass 13th tribe Jews. Because that's significant. Why is that significant? Because unity, what we started out with, is what that whole symbol will be about. That third temple must be built alongside or next to or not too far away from the Al Aqsa Mosque. It is a symbol of our unity. We are brothers, my brothers of the Middle East or Northeast Africa, and we must stop cursing each other by being divisional.
That I got to stop you there, brother. That's not going to happen because we're not. Remember, you got to include the celestial when you do this. If they're hybrids and not of the pure melanin source, they're out of here.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the black one.
Okay, well, a Nasser would be considered. See, we can't really deal with the color. It's about the soul, like Gaddafi.
Right.
You know, when it comes, and Gaddafi acknowledged his family as having blacks in it.
Yeah.
And was welcoming to any African who knew how to act right. Remember, I lived in Ghana. I met a lot of people that lived there. A lot of Ghanaians got deported from. Once you a citizen of what is now known as where he ruled, Libya. Once you get there, you're considered a citizen, and you get the same benefits the citizens there get. And most of the Ghanaians that got deported from there were for stupid ass reasons because they would do dumb shit. So the point I'm making is, yeah, those guys, I could say we need to protect them if we can, but the vast majority of them don't give a F about you, just like white folks or the most racist Mexicans you ever been around.
There you go. This one said, this is a white folks ancestor. Please, ancestors, I need your guidance. Booga booga. They the ooga booga man. You feel me? Man, fuck these motherfuckers. Man, I can't stand these motherfuckers. They ain't no motherfucking way in the world.
Yeah,
hold
man.
On. And hold on. Let me see which one I want to bring up. I want to make sure I do all the ones that's important for right now. Okay, let's do this one.
Okay.
Here you're talking about Abraham Lincoln freeing a slave, but you can see on the right side, these are white people, along with the enslaved prisoners of war black people. We were not slaves in America. Let's make that shit clear. We were not slaves in America. We were prisoners of war. That's what Jack
POW.
Johnson, huh?
POWs.
Yeah, POW. So that's what Jack Johnson was talking about. His family was pushed out of or transported from Europe into America.
Right.
The Monmouth Rebellion. All right, let's get out of here. Hold on. And let's do this one. Knowledge breaks the spell of ignorance. Now you can't really see it, but that's what it is. If you are ignorant, the only thing that's going to eliminate it is knowledge. And let me see, is that it? I think. Yeah, so let's wrap it up. I thought it might have been another one, but hold on. Let me throw this one in for the mix. Let me throw
Okay.
this one in. It said, this is Thomas Sowell. More whites were brought as slaves to North Africa than blacks brought as slaves to the United States or the 13 colonies from which it was formed. White slaves were still being bought and sold in the Ottoman Empire decades after blacks were freed in the United States. So, in these 4 hours and 30 minutes, because we're wrapping it up, yeah, this is the longest I ever been, but I enjoyed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we talking good stuff, brother. I learned so much. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no, well, it's reciprocal because anybody that's looking at this, I pray that you pass this along this video and let them know about Straight Talk that appears every Saturday at 8 p.m. with my homeboy Elias, and we're going to be covering a lot of things that in the works right now, and especially revealing who these white demons are in human skin. The demons, the devils, and they ain't worth 2 damn fucking blood. So with that, I'll wrap it up. And hold on, let me get uh, uh, the outro, and we'll be right back.
Okay, brother.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back on. Hopefully, our brother of esteemed knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, like I would think I am too. We work a good team. We work a good team. So we'll be back on, and we're all on every Saturday night. If my brother Elias can't be here, I'll be here for sure. And unless I die or something, then you know that's a problem. The show ends, I guess. You'll take it over. I don't know. And but we'll be on every Saturday at 8 p.m. And look for us, share it, and comment. And if you like what you've heard, please support us at patreon.com/WMB show. So we're out, and peace, man. We'll talk through the week.
Peace, brother. That's what's up, man. Thank you for having me, man. Once again, and we'll do it again soon.
All right, and stay
All right,
black.
brother. All right, stay black at you.
Black. That's a good one. I remember that one. Black at
Okay, then. And take a look at the stuff I sent you in the chat box.
Okay. All right. Cool. All
okay,
right.
brother. Peace.
All right. Peace.